As we are once again live upon the internet. Oh, and yeah, let's make sure that we are with things set correctly, categories, titles, and that there's actual bit rates going to where the bits should rate. Oh, yeah, as the title says, we'll jump into some photo editing. Then I do want to actually do some recording. We'll try to do some on stream again. And yeah, we'll go from there. Oh, and yeah, I want to just keep going with doing a photo set a day and just getting caught up. I'll just keep going with that still because you have 3 sets remaining, and 2 of them are from June still, so they're due, way due. And they wins there, and yeah, for the well wishes. Oh, yeah, way later on we'll even jump into some out of curiosity. Is there anybody in div1? Actually, I see Livid's in there. With in the category on Twitch. Oh yeah, let's just work our way through these. First, we're gonna go through a mega selection. Was a some faces. Maybe a bit much. I like the motion there. We'll grab way too much here and then later get the numbers further down. And I'm just gonna pick everything that looks in focus and worthwhile. Let's go doing the eyes. And these are such slow shutters that any movement just turns into fuzziness. And this was the band. Probably I should remember what musically what they were. Kind of like a party band with a little bit of kind of Spanish vibes. I remember the electronics and stuff being interesting in parts. It's some interesting stuff. Shot way too much as well, I can tell, because it's nice and dark, and yeah, some of these are even on like 1/40th. Although these are the wides, but yeah, 1/40th is very susceptible to having needing to catch a moment of them being stationary. Actually, wait, did I grab, because this is, did I grab any of these? Especially with the band name up there. Yeah. And yeah, the heat is still going. I'm just turning into a sweaty boy. So just I'll I'll just get home as I just biked home, so. But he's still trying to get rid of some excess heat. Not looking forward to whenever it's gonna rain eventually. Is there an expectation of rain at some point? Not particularly. But yeah, the humidity is actually still pretty high. So I'm actually expecting it to maybe go into some rain. Yeah. None of those. I have a few there, and we'll decide in a sec. Should actually take more shots when I have like blue backlight on people. It actually works decently well for for like this one. I have everything here that like is sharp enough. And then we'll see if anything is. Oh, those are actually pretty good. More hits than I expected there. But that one didn't there. Full on screaming. It's likely bouncing around way too much for there to be too many good hits. Actually, that one's good. But yeah, nothing else is. See that one too. Close enough. Doesn't have anything anyway. The other ones are better. None of this matters. One thing I've noticed actually, funny that works that way. I wonder actually though how that algorithm works. But there's like the automatic. I was just for the streams on YouTube for the archiving of them. I don't set any of the thumbnails. I sometimes change them because they were just on something dumb or something. But very often I've noticed with the streams where I'm doing some photo work, it will generally put if there is any women or something in pictures, it'll grab those as the. I get the feeling that's like, algorithmically trying to. Curious to see actually what it picks for this stream. um, is this good? Okay, he's just wetting his lips. Okay, so don't take that one. Suddenly notice like what's happening over here. And it turned out the percussion is in the background too. In a decent pose. Actually, this will be a good composition. That'll work. And need something with a bassist in there. Really easily just hidden in the back the whole time. We'll grab that, at least his face is on it. It's not in focus enough. That wasn't better, I guess. There were some wild moments or something. Kind of want them facing forward or so that one kind of like the composition of it. These are dark. Do I have anything with a rim light on him? No. Maybe more there because there's more upstairs. But I can have her from a different angle, which I kind of like. I only like this kind of as a composition, but none of these are per se sharp enough to care about. And on this one, like the eye is lost. I kind of like the comp here, but let's take it for now. So just jumping around. You're gonna like that one, even though it's fuzzy. And then forward is white color. One of these is the well, let's see how many we get. Way too many, of course, but I would say like 15 would be kind of my cap here. Should be able to get below that. There were the guitarist on top. Drop out of those. I like this for the projection there. So I almost feel like drop all 4 of those. And keep some of here. I like the energy of that one, especially as well with everybody else. Let's give that one, even though it's almost silly, almost, man. We'll keep that first one. We'll keep that one and this one. Kind of feel that one works with like a set of 3. Yeah, let's keep that one for now. I want to keep that white. Choose one of these. If these don't have much, no. Gonna drop those and go with one of these closer ones. And I feel one of these is basically the hero shot, right? How's that? High emotion or concentration? I feel we go with the screaming. Fits the band better. Gonna go with this one, like the hand position better and the background is better. If I'm keeping one of these, I'm not keeping. I don't want it. I don't need 3 of this saxophone player. Kind of like this as like, kind of like the color work there. So maybe we drop this one, these 2. Yeah, I think I don't like the screen cutting. Is prefer the plain background. And these are black backgrounds. That's the downsides of a screen. Yeah, kind of have that same shot somewhere else, I think. Yeah. Let's keep it for now. Definitely want to keep some of these wides. Is this substantially different from this one? Oh, different angle. Let's keep it for now. Kind of like this one. Although here the lighting is better. It's having some. Yeah, no, that one's actually will work. I'll keep this one. Though I don't like the expression as much, but having some hair light there. Oh, that one. That one to kind of the bases. One of this. Definitely that one. Percussionist. This one is just not going to be well salvageable. Like the eye is kind of missing. There's no ring light. The rim light. That was a meh. Okay, with two of the percussionists there. Kind of, yeah. Let's keep this one. Kind of like the hand, guitar, sax. Kind of almost in a line with each other. Kind of like our expression here better, but this kind of works. Oh, we did have that one. Let's have the window open, so need to close that in a bit, but also some sound is coming through of trucks. It's that. Basically the same shot. Oh, that one's better. Okay, so we're down to 18. Let's toss a few more. And we're keeping that one. Let's drop this one. I like the smile is way too fuzzy. And also kind of, it's going to be a mess too. Because this one's also going to be a mess to kind of get looking right, but kind of like the position. How many times I have him? Twice. Plus that. Donate that. You know what? Let's go for 70. Feel like whenever it's just like I don't feel like there's obvious ones to cut. Just I'll just do a few extra. Yeah, because this one. It kind of has a placement here. Yeah, 17 is fine. Let's send them over and and edit them over there. Yeah, when the spammers in the background there, I see. Nice of them to all be using, or well, that's all about the same site. So I've just at some point added that site to the ban list of words, and it just doesn't let it through. So. I need a bunker. Oh yeah, let's do this part of it. I send them over here, and in here I just do the white balance and set the exposure and use this program to actually render the pictures. Just because it has a much better renderer. And also they do the noise reduction in here and only in here. Because also it has a much better noise reduction. Well, I still need to actually kind of update this middle step for myself. There's nowadays much better AI based, especially tools that are just like way better at doing that kind of stuff. I'm happy with that. The skin tones. I don't hate it. Shouldn't push it too far actually, because there's like lose too much information there. Here are these blue ones. Let's we're making it a little higher. Most of this is guessing anyway. Feels right. It is right. Okay, with the right white balance, this picture has a much better tonality. This was as shot. Although I just have my camera at and like out of white balance, just I don't care about the white balance until it goes into here. So also with the LED lights, it's always way too pink in the end. Is this rocket science? Well, this is not actually rocket science. We're doing rocket magic. But yeah, if you have never caught me before early in the streams, I quite often I do some photo work. So this is from the venue I work at. Oh, this is from actually at this point. Well, yeah, this was from January, or not January, June. But over there, I also take pictures, and then sometimes I remember to actually sit there and edit them too, and actually finish what I started. But yeah, if you've never seen behind the scenes of like how the sausage gets made with making pictures look right. And this is how that sausage gets made. None of this feels right. And it's just this big orange field up there. Really messes with color perception. Because it's kind of funny that the skin tones feel right with the whole shot, but then actually if I just kind of like remove the this from my sightline, it then looks way too green, man. It's fine. It is what it is. This one might go black and white, actually. You know what happens if I do this? You know, I'm not okay with that. Because he has a bunch of purple in his face, actually. So. That's fine. I love messing with that pipette thing. Basically tries to check for 50% gray and just puts the tinting the way for that to hit 50% gray, which it isn't. It's white. Oh, she has blue in her face from a light. Yeah, it is what it is. Oh yeah, let's send this back to Lightroom. We'll do our final edits. I like the renderer of this program way better, so I end up using Lightroom to do culling and then rendering here, and then some of the first steps here, and then goes back to Lightroom for the last bits. Real from the dwarves, yeah. Some say the dwarves dug too greedily and too deep. But it turns out they actually invented rocket magic and just went digging on other planets. Is that maybe actually the literal lore? I don't know the lore of what's that game? Deep Rock Galactic, the space dwarves thing. Actually, that's 40K kind of. Huh. I just realized they're like, it's kind of obvious, but yeah, there's no space dwarves. I'm sure there's likely some contingent or stuff, but basically their space dwarves are the tech priest, right? The Martians. Leagues of oh, actually, yeah, there's the like yeah, but that's like just to have the dwarves in there, right? Because yeah, they don't have like I feel those got added in just to have dwarves in there. I feel, but the role that normally would be dwarves in like fantasy is just basically the tech priests, right? It's actually interesting that yeah, why didn't they make those dwarves just to make it different? I guess. Waiting here for this part here to bar all the way through, barring any issues. It'll bar to the end. Actually, I totally forgot about the Votan. Yeah. Or is that? Am I thinking of something else? Is this? Um, Wait, they have their own Space Marine fashion or a Space Marine chapters. I didn't even know that. Know them just as like Astra Militarum kind of looking guys. But yeah, I mean, sure, why not, right? Wait, was that they should totally make that because they have those missing uh the missing Primarchs, right? They should make just one of those a Votan, and then that's also why, he got erased. Emperor was like, what? He went full Tywin Lannister upon discovering. Mm. 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 Which is a suit, which is a little bit Imperium. They go saying yes, that's oh yeah. There's you can be a little bit heretical if you have enough firepower to deal with the Imperium, right? As the tech priest of Mars really show as well. But yeah, those guys are in charge of the rocket magic. And then the tech priests are actually also they don't do rocket science, honestly. They also do rocket magic. Mm. Have it this way around. Up a little bit more. Let's get the bands correct, and then I'll fix up the screen because the screen just looks wrong. Straight lines are hard, turns out. I think that's the best it's going to become. It's kind of blown out there, but that's what it is. I always hate having the screen down. In my case, I usually try to convince people to project on the curtain. Anything to level off of. We have a lot of resolution, but I guess I should have cropped it better when shooting. None of that feels right, but this feels the least wrong. Or color-wise. I wish I had a little bit more below. But we didn't. Gonna try to get the face right first, and then we'll fix that hand because yeah, that's it. And yeah, doing good. Hope everybody's enjoying their Tuesday so far. It was a nice and relaxed day. Gotta go do some shopping I needed to do for a while. Clean up the house a little bit. Rugged necromancy. Yeah. I always love that with that setting. They just at some point you just go like, fuck it, let's pray and hope it works. And then yeah. Just pray to the Omnissiah and hope for the best. Well, that's sometimes how we run some of these shows as well, basically. It's all like barely working. And it's just like, well, hope that holds together for one show. I mean, if you bang enough rocks together, it's basically, it's the beginnings of quantum physics, basically. It turns out basically everything turns into either you bash things together until they smash, and then you just eventually get like fission or fusion. And then also everything is steam in the end. Turn it into useful either kinetic or electric energy. It's just bashing things together and steam all the way down. Kind of went into saw something on Reddit, which made me go down like a rabbit hole. Although I've looked into like what tokamaks are and stuff, but I haven't seen the newer designs of like, or well, it's not designs, it's more like ideas for what they have for fusion energy stuff, or well, fusion reactors. I already forgot the name again. What's the what was the other one? Oh, Stellarator. But yeah, apparently they're making all that. And then funny thing is with all of these, like we're making literal fusion reactors that are like making superheated plasma that then is like kept contained with magnetic forces. And in the end, it's all just, and then we turn it, and then we turn it into heat, and the heat makes steam, and everything runs off of steam. And then we use steam to make electricity. I'm curious to see if we ever, like, you know, someday some advanced alien life forms. Honestly, the question I would ask of them is not like, okay, like what, you know, like, okay, what is you? Some people go like, okay, what's your religion and stuff. I would ask them like, oh, do you guys still also do everything? Just, you know, you do stuff, turn it into heat, and then the heat just runs some steam turbines. Or did you guys discover something better than that? That's fine. Let's think of maybe like pulling up the guy in the background, but actually I don't mind him being kind of in the background. But yeah, the tech of those like stellarators was kind of the what I went down the rabbit hole kind of yesterday, kind of today too, because those things are basically this, but then they have like instead of it's actually with a K at the end. So this is kind of the current design for fusion or like fusion testing. These are not really that useful, turns out. But then they're going from like this of like trying to just keep it within this chamber and just spin around. Because the second you do fusion, you basically create a sun. So you need to just keep it contained with magnetism, with electromagnetism. But then these stellarators are, oh gosh, yeah, this is again. Like the design is kind of like a mathematical shape of like it guides it into a into a specific shape. And yeah. Not too bad for some random apes on a random planet, right? Although we have that, and then we have people, you know, going like, the Earth is flat. So, the duality of man. This actually kind of works well. This might be a good one to. Wait, do we never got that way with it, yeah. You know, I'm gonna make a. Just gonna see. Kind of like over texturing it and stuff. I don't hate that either. It already is kind of in that style a little bit just because of how the lighting fell. You know, they're kind of. Let's actually take both. It's kind of hyper stylized. It almost looks AI image almost. But that screen is there. Get his face right and I'll fix the rest. Fix the rest. I mean, I'm gonna very lazily do it like that. Even though that looks very unnatural. It's kind of fine. Just the gradient on the, although most people won't notice that. It's just gradient on the shirts only. Do you want to keep the guy in the background? I kind of want, yeah. I just do that. Do want a little bit of separation there. Let's do that. I'm get a little bit more skin tones out of it. That feels the most natural. Not that matters much. Yeah, let's just cut out the screen. We'll go ultra wide with this. Just to not have that bright screen there. Mm. And from the color of that other one to this one, it almost looks sick. White pants is kind of a distraction almost, but it's fine. This might be a bit extreme, yeah. Nah, but I should be level. It's considering going the other right there, man. Oh, yeah, let's have it like that. So we have the text in there. So, okay, Jim. I mean, well, that's more crystal, right? Although, are crystal rocks? I mean, yeah, it turns out with most things, as long as you're curious about it and willing to learn, everything everything is learnable. It's just more the one thing I've understood more and more in getting older and older is just like intelligence isn't actually a factor of like what you can and can't learn. It's more of a factor of like how long it takes you to learn it. That's the only difference it makes. Even a person that like isn't the smartest, if you really want to and spend the time, it just takes more time, but then anything is learnable. It almost feels so weird just because it's short is so long. And like spans don't really end where you expect them to end. We go with that. Yeah, at least that's kind of solves the pants. Oh, although yeah, it's quite the zoom, but it's mm, yeah. So you push the vibrance, you're gonna get separation between the colors a little bit more. yeah. Looks good. This feels a little too green. I see. It's still. Doesn't look natural at all, but as far as easy fix, just that screen annoys me. And that's the best it's gonna be. Skin tone on that one, and this one kind of annoys me, but it's fine. Oh yeah, let's say I'm happy with that. I'm gonna export them. And yeah, I'll actually come back to it tomorrow as well, just before actually uploading it. I'll go one more time through it. Just double check. For now, I'm just gonna remove the desktop here from the stream. Because I want to record some openttd stuff, but likely as well for that I need to do some setting upping, but we'll do that as we go through. Somebody put a wall of text there in the Discord. I'll peek at that later. Let's first start. Let me actually change my categories here, because I want to record those the stories video basically. Just gonna do it on stream as well. I'm just geared in. Although I'm recording, I really need to close that window. Why are scooters so loud? It doesn't already drive an electric scooter. Background, I'm just quickly changing my categories. The game should capture, yeah. I need a melon. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's enjoying their Tuesday so far. Let me see, because I need. Also, actually on the Discord, I put this thing, the big list on there now. A little bit of cleanup before, because I've already had made this post with asking for people's stories. Only question is, how exactly do I want to implement this? So we're gonna go here. I could make a duplicate of the Firefox thing and just, yeah. Would be the easiest. We should just load again so we don't have this sounds in the background. Oh, let's go with... Is it this one or this one? Into my recent games. I actually played a bunch of it yesterday after the stream. Although, well, I tried sleeping, but I couldn't sleep. So after like an hour of lying in bed, I was like, yeah, I'll get up. Did a little bit of this, and then did a little bit of div1, and actually cleaned up a bunch of my my inventory, or well, my stash. Made a bunch of mods to put in a bunch of weapons. Oh god, that's nice. Yeah, actually, IRL. After the last time you brought it up, I was actually, because I used to live somewhere else a few years ago, and there was actually a place nearby that had like that would even do like, you know, they had a bunch of stuff of like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon and Magic kind of evenings, but it was like I don't actually know what the English word in Dutch is buurthuis, which basically means like neighborhood house. But yeah, it's basically like a local government kind of thing that they kind of provide. And then like if there's any interest in stuff, like people can organize stuff there, which yeah. But actually, I went looking if there's anything nearby me nowadays. Although the thing is, I wouldn't want to make the time or money to get back into Magic per se. It's also just. But they get me kind of interested in, yeah, maybe it's just. Because yeah, you have the pre-builds, of course, right, for Commander and stuff. That just are you can mess around with. I mean, that's half the fun, right? Half the fun is learning and getting better at it. Everybody starts somewhere. So. And Commander as well. Like, I actually kind of like the concept of Commander. Like, actually, one of the but I want to do maybe way too many co-pieces, but I'm trying to like find a spot, kind of. Talking about and the core of it is kind of that commander mentality, but also kind of more like D&D as well, kind of mentality of like, hey, playing a game in a sort of way where you try to make everybody have fun. Because I know, for instance, in Div2 and stuff, I would often do that, right? Like we would exclude some stuff like determined of such, but even like when playing, like I would prefer playing, you know, with people that kind of also like waited for each other. It wasn't just about rushing, it was about, you know, making sure everybody had fun or enjoyed their time. Fun is nebulous. But at least, you know, giving the best chance for everybody to get to do something, so you didn't feel, you know, left out. So, oh no. That's definitely not the way I take it, Melon. And yeah, don't take it like that as well. No, I mean, I've actually even to this day, like once in a while on YouTube, there's a few like Magic channels, but most of them are now Commander channels that I just like, even though I don't play it anymore, I still enjoy like watching those kind of like their videos and stuff, and just like seeing the game still. But yeah, I kind of get just because I was reminded by you, kind of, but I was kind of just reminded of like, oh yeah, let's kind of see, because it was a few years since I last kind of went down that rabbit hole. But I did also actually kind of look into Arena. I might actually. The thing is, it's that as well. That would be like, I mean, game, you know, quotation marks game. That would be something that would also likely take hundreds of hours to kind of get proficient in with Arena. I was kind of considering maybe messing around with that as well at some point. But for yeah, let's set these up. I'm gonna be on a scene here where I don't have shadow for a little bit, but I can still see it. Don't worry. Let's copy duplicates. Am I looking for duplicates? Actually, check here. Oh yeah, they've changed. I'd forgotten they changed the scenes thing. Although I kind of like it actually. My first reaction was like, "Why change it?" But they've made it so now that it's not just a right-click menu, but it's actually. Although I wish in here you could actually delete things. I feel that's the one missing function. What is this? This is a window capture. Okay, now so this makes oh, that's fine for now. Because what I want. Wait, maybe I should do it like this. So that's larger. And then although like that, and then I change the size to fit whatever the post is. Maybe. And then this can be larger and I can be in focus. So not. This goes away. Oh, that changes. God damn. But I haven't set this part up yet. We leave a little bit more here. Just feels a little bit more even. Right. I'm kind of going forward and backwards, aren't I? God damn it. Yeah, let me get you here for a second. It's new. But don't break back. These are loud one for Captain America Day. So easy begin. Yeah, I mean, there's always some. Like usually the precons are at least reasonably priced. Because though I definitely like even I feel it's also gotten like way more expensive through the years. But even in the past it was always, you know, if you actually wanted to make a deck that was kind of, you know, put together or something you kind of theory crafted, it would add up, I feel, quite often. But I feel in parts have also gotten better, right? They've reprinted a bunch of stuff that's because also I remember from a few years ago that I didn't remember how that ended up, because there used to be a different commander thing, right? A different commander rules committee, whatever it was called, right? And then it kind of got messed up and or well, the internet did internet things, and now it's in the hands of but there's like no more ban lists or stuff, right? It's just basically a rule zeroing it. Oh. Yeah, how do I want to kind of do this? So we do an intro with this. Maybe with just this up, yeah. But then maybe not with that, and then we quickly read this, and then we go story by story, starting with my own. I can't grab the last, although wow, we can fix that when we get there. We need to just then like extend this down. Because also if I do it the other way, I can't grab the top, right? It's one or the other. Yeah. We'll just start recording and see how it goes. Let me do different buttons. Do a quick test recording just to make sure she records. Should have maybe actually spoken in it, but I'll check it with the intro thing here. Yeah, what was my name again? Somebody, I don't know what, it was kind of weird, but they sent me an like searching in the Division 2 Reddit, but then instead of looking for, you know, actually the way that I spell my online name, like IKEA, it was like with the E. So instead of with I, it was with the E. So the store brand. It was funny how many people just like just search for this guy or go to this guy's like, how do you know about me but then get my name actually? Although I'm gonna guess a few of those people were maybe on phones and autocorrect got them into trouble. Yeah. Then we're gonna have the game kind of just in the background there. And here and there, I'll swap the background game. This maybe doesn't make sense to maybe have it be this way. Yeah, let's have this one be this way. And then with the other ones, we kind of zoom in. Although maybe actually, start on this. Does this pause the game? Yeah. It's annoying this game doesn't have borderless full screen. Let's then just be over there. Yeah. That's enough dilly-dallying. Let's actually dally. Yeah. So IKEA. Yeah. Kind of an idea of what I want to see. Let's see if it works out for me. And of course, already I instantly feel my voice going like, I'm out of here. As my voice wants to do. Yeah. Different buttons than I'm used to. Hi, I'm... that was going way lower than I wanted to. Let's try again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to cover some stories about Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe. As we've covered this game quite a lot recently, of course, but I wanted to go through some people's stories, including my own. I feel generally with games, one of the things that gets forgotten, especially with any kind of entertainment, is that it isn't just about the video game, the book, the movie. It is much more about how it affects people. And that's what I want to kind of cover here as well. I've of course had my own experiences with some of these games, but I want to hear what other people's experiences have been with this or other games, as we'll cover some in the future as well, and go through and read their written... kind of rambling now. I need to... that needs to be more coherent. Yeah, I need to just... Yeah, but yeah. Kind of get into repeating territory. Oh, I can just go to the post. So let's break this up. There. Let's wait for a new track here. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to start a new series called Stories. As for the games that I'll cover, we'll go through and read some people's stories. And if I have played the game myself as well, mine as well. For that, for this version, for the openttd, I've actually made a Reddit post and asked some people on the openttd Reddit for their stories. As very much I feel that for a lot of games, and actually just in general entertainment and media, it isn't so much just about the game. Same for movies, same for books. A book on a shelf is just a book on a shelf. It doesn't do anything until it actually hits a person and influences them in some way. Now, of course, that word has kind of got a dirty connotation nowadays, but these things do influence us. These things do kind of change the way we look at the world. And for me, that's always been true with video games. A lot of video games have helped me form my understanding of the world around me, just by looking at their systems and seeing like, oh, wait, these systems aren't just in here just because arbitrarily somebody picked them to be in here. No, they're kind of representations of real life things. And that's always interesting to me. So in this series, this being the first one of it, we'll go through and read through people's stories. And here, we'll... Let's try again. So maybe actually just sentence this intro. Maybe we'll do the reading and then I'll, because I can stitch it together with sentences, but I'm kind of getting rambly already because I haven't scripted this. I'm just spitballing. Well, let's try one more take, and then otherwise I'll leave the intro to do it like sentence by sentence. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do something new for this channel, which is to start the Stories series. In this series, I want to, for the games that I'm covering, go through people's stories with that game. Because I feel very strongly that any type of media, be it video games or books or movies, they really don't matter by themselves. They much more matter in how they influence and alter people's lives and view of their world around them. For a lot of video games, I can say for myself that playing them and understanding them has changed the way that I see the world around me. Just because the systems that usually are in games or the stories that are in books and movies aren't just standalone things that just have no other influence upon themselves. They are a representation of the world around us. They are influenced by the people making them, and the media itself influences us. So I definitely want to cover people's stories with the games as I cover them. For this one, I have made a post on the Reddit for openttd, and in there I asked people to basically share their experiences and stories with this game. In this video, I'm going to go read through them and we'll just cover them as we go along. Included as well is my story, and we'll start with that. Okay, that one's fine. It's all rambly, but I mean, I am IKEA. I want to do something new for... yeah. I'm perfectly happy with that. Let me actually just number that and delete the rest. So from there we go to yeah. Don't want this area. Yeah. A little bit more. Just my hair is super fuzzy. So that might also be it. Like I feel, yeah, okay. That's kind of, that was a fuzzball. Yeah. Let's start with this. Well, actually, there I said I was going to start with my own story. Although it doesn't matter, like they'll still make sense in this order. Yeah, let's just go. As this was the post that I made on that Reddit, and that Reddit is actually still quite busy, which I enjoyed seeing, and I got plenty of responses, which I'm happy about. But in there, I went, hi, I'm IKEA, and I make YouTube videos on games, and I'd like to collect people's stories about the games I cover and share them with my audience in a video. I'm in the process of making a general retrospective overview style video on openttd. Actually, I don't need to read through this. I can just say this is the opening post. This is not worth reading. This is basically the intro of this video. Yeah, yeah. Reading this doesn't make much sense. Yeah. As we'll start with... And we'll start with the post that I actually made before I go to my story here. I want to read it out here, basically outlined in the intro what it is about, gathering people's stories and if they're willing to share them with me, and then, of course, me sharing them out. And luckily, the openttd Reddit is actually still pretty busy. Same for actually several Discords that I found about this game. And I'm very happy to see that there is still very much a community around this game. And we got several stories here to share, so let's go do that right now. Good damn it. Oh yeah, that's... F12 used to be my old... end recording thing. And do I even need that? I now kind of realize. Nah, fuck that. We just go and start with the story as I. Although, well, yeah, no, I don't want to like talk about that one. Yeah, done with it differently. Yeah, yes. And yeah, I'm just. This is like the first one of these, so there's going to be a lot of. Hope people don't mind too much me being kind of indecisive. Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, I should talk about being linked as well. And all of these stories are gathered here together on the openttd Reddit. I was happy to see that there's a pretty active Reddit still around, and I even found the openttd Discord to also be pretty active. The stories I've gathered here are in the openttd Reddit, though it'll be linked down below this video with my own story here included and several others to go through. So yeah, let's actually go to my story here and actually read through it. Yeah, I just did like, because in that other, I didn't per se like make clear. Yeah. And underneath that post, I did make an own comment. The own comment. What amazing. And yeah, we'll start on these posts with my own here. And we'll just read through it as it lists. For me, openttd and just TDD before that is a game that is one that I have come back to over and over again. I think I can say that through every phase of my life, I have at some point played TTD, Transport Tycoon Deluxe. As a teen, back on our family computer, as an 18-year-old on the computer I bought with my first few paychecks, and even now, as an almost 40-year-old, it keeps getting installed and played at some point on most of the systems I own. For me, the simple mechanics that are easy to understand but will always require thinking and rethinking to implement well once you make more complex string lines, that to me is the core of it. A simple gameplay loop that is addictive to its core, not by trickery or some dark patterns, but just in tickling those parts of the brain that want to learn and optimize things. I just enjoy starting building a trackline and then just adding more and more to it and junctioning more and more industries and towns onto already existing paths, and trying to do it elegantly and efficiently. Also, I love how openttd also expands all the options, like the options to increase the prediction amounts and such, so that I'm forced to put more trains online, making it a requirement to actually think through what I want to lay down, as it forces more trains to go over the tracks that way. For me, TDD has been one of those games that I have played both when happy or sad, in sickness and in health. And one that will be always part of my memories. That is why I wanted to be one of the first games I cover. And yeah, that is very much true. That's also why I very much went to this game as one of the first ones to cover. A game I am very experienced with, even though my experiences with it still pale in comparison to some. It is, as stated here, it has been around in my life for as long as I can remember, and well, even longer than that, as my memory is getting poorer and poorer. And that to me has been very much the core of why I also wanted to make this video as one of the first, or these sets of video as one of the first. This has been very much a game that has been foundational to the way that I enjoy games, the way that I understand games, understanding that, you know, the just getting into the zone and just building out and building out, how much I enjoy that. As much as I also enjoy, you know, shooters and action games and the spectacle of those, there is something to be said for just building instead of blowing stuff up. That's gonna be basically it, this whole video. It's just me reading the stories and just kind of embellishing. Well, from what I remember here as well, there's some, like, you know, some interesting stories. So question I have here is, yeah, for instance, even that, like, how long was that? 3 minutes. That was kind of the longer one, and then that's also not that many. Well, I'm just gonna go one from top to bottom in like the sorting it currently is. No, wait, can I put this in new? I sorted the other way around. Not okay. That puts the newest at the bottom. Oh, actually, that kind of helps as well. This way I can just do, you know what, we'll do it on order of posting, and then I'll shuffle them around with when I'm editing them if it makes sense. Otherwise, we'll just keep them in the order as well. Kind of fine with that. Oh yeah, let's just keep going with this. Let me just briefly check over here for a second. Although, well, I still do see the chats and stuff, so. But yeah, I'll be a little distracted for that. For a bit. Can I lock? I should quickly check something. Can I lock the horizontal transform without locking the rest? No, right? I could copy and paste the Y or X coordinates and then just only change the all right, let me try. And I want it to be the same. Oh, actually, yeah, I can just don't touch the. Yeah, I just don't touch the. Duh. Kind of want it to be like, you know, like shrinking and enlarging, but not like anything side to side-ish. I'll look better on video. Yeah. Gonna read through it once just to kind of have an easier time reading it in a second. So wait, is there a way for me to... Let me quickly try something. And there. Oh no, that's not what I want. So not source. Preview. Okay, for future ones, I should just let the game run and record a bunch and let be just a video in the background. Because when I go to this, it freezes, right? Oh, let's maybe then do it like this. Where is settings? Yeah. That have a little black bar on the bottom, but actually, yeah, this might look better. After that first one too. Yeah. Thing is, I have the screen now here, so it looks a little. Could mirror myself. Nah. Yeah, because I'm not, I'm not looking over there, which looks a little weird. I'm not looking over here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's reiterate this. Okay. So. It's all right. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll go to OK Brilliant's story here, who starts with that their story might be different. Might be different that of. Okay. Different than that of. Okay, yeah. My brain really didn't want to English that correctly. And then we'll go here to OK Brilliant story, whose story might be different than that of other people here. As I first played this game on 2021, contrary to people I've met online who've been playing for over 20 years, as yeah, this game has been around for quite a long time. There's people alive longer, or shorter than this game has been out, as they say as well, more time than they've been alive. Ever since they played for the first time, this has been a special game for them. This one does something no other game has ever done to them. It scratches an itch in their brain no other thing can. I shouldn't read it like that. I should just read it as me and my and stuff like that. Right? Yeah. I should just say they say and then my story. Yeah. I don't know why I went into the editorialization there. This doesn't pause that game anymore, right? Okay, no. Nice. Yeah. And then we'll go on to OK Brilliant's story, who says here, my story might be different than that of other people here, as I first played this game on 2021, contrary to people I've met playing online who've been playing for over 20 years, more time than I've been alive. Ever since I played for the first time, this has been a special game for me. This one does something no other game has ever done to me. It scratches an itch in my brain no other thing can. When I play other games, I have to listen to a podcast or music or watch YouTube. But with openttd, I can play for several hours straight without ever noticing. People also tend to criticize the graphics or isometric POV, but both things actually make the game more enjoyable for me, as I really like this style. There is something about planning routes and cities that makes me reach flow state. I'd also like to add the fact that even if I've played for over 120 hours, it's not much, but hey, there it is. I'm still learning new stuff. For example, I hadn't learned how to use signals until like a year ago. Before I would do a single train rail that connected cities. And yeah, a newer player to the game, and it's kind of good to see that people are picking it up that aren't just picking it up for nostalgia's sake. That's definitely one of the reasons I also wanted to cover this game. I feel it truly still holds up, even in a world where there's hundreds of other games that have come out way later than it. It still very much is the core essentials of a genre. And it is nice to see that, yeah, people that weren't alive when the game came out, that are younger than the game, picking it up. And I can totally as well see some people do care about graphics and such, and so do I. Aesthetics of a game, not per se just graphics, but the actual art design, the actual stylistic choices of a game, really, yeah, for some people matter more than for others, and some just, yeah, graphics really do matter. But especially, I feel as well, this game still even holds up in the graphic sense. And there is also then, even what I didn't cover, is that there is a lot of ways of customizing it to your own preferences, as you have way higher fidelity graphics packs available through the community, the modding community of this game. But yeah, it is nice to see them reaching kind of, yeah, the same conclusions, even though they don't have the nostalgia for the game that, you know, somebody like me has, or a lot of others. But them coming to the game and still finding enjoyment just purely on the game's merits themselves. Yeah. I'm happy with that one. Also 3 minutes. Yeah, we'll just go in chronological order here. What I might do is for some of these shorter ones is just maybe put 2 on screen at once and then just read both. Although that wouldn't really allow me any leeway on maybe cutting one and not cutting the other, but I mean, I'll just read through them here, and if they're horrendous, I just don't. No, that. Change it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll include both of these. Yeah. Actually, it's funny that both of them as well kind of have the date there in November. I'm just keeping an eye on that date there because at December it'll do like a pop-up of the finances. Let's try to get this one in before that hits. What the fuck is his name? Vorniak Square Wave, okay. And yeah, aggravating bad. My brain wants to go aggravating lead. Yeah. And here we'll go to a pair of stories First, we'll start with Verniac Square Wave here that says, when I moved to the capital of my country, I became quite obsessed with public transport because it's just so good here. My significant other then introduced me to this game and it was instant love. I love the realistic passenger playstyle. Probably it's the side of me that wants to change careers to traffic engineer but can't. I mean, can't is a strong word. I would say, sometimes it's not a choice that is, really achievable easily, but everything's doable. I definitely feel strongly as well, a lot of the games and my interest as well in trying to figuring out games has definitely led me down a career path that was, kind of technical and very much as well figuring out how systems work. As I've talked about in the past several times, I work as a stage technician, as someone for a venue and I say stage technician because I do both lights and sound, which is not common in the practice, but yeah, I'm a weird one. But that very much is also from a work perspective. Most of the work is actually just figuring out how systems fit together and just literally making them fit together and making them work together. And I feel video games and my love for just trying to figure out how they work, how their systems go into each other, that really prepared me for that career choice. Here we'll also go to Aggravating Bad, who says, TDD is the game I saw my dad playing when I was 4-ish. Playing openttd reminds me of this pastime. I frequently just open a new game and place a few tracks and I feel like I was 4 again. They do also as well add that, P.S. my dad is still alive and well, which I'm happy to hear, but those are still nice memories. And nostalgia is very much a valid thing as well. There is something to be said for, the comfiness, the warm blanket of a game that you've enjoyed in the past and returning to it. I feel a lot of people will have a game that they once in a while, once in a year, once in a decade, come back to and play and feel, try to relive past joy. And as sometimes nostalgia gets a bad rap, the rose-tinted glasses and such, there's also nothing per se wrong with that as long as it's done in moderation. And yeah, I'm happy to hear that this person has some happy memories of the game with their dad. And these are two beautifully wholesome stories to go along with. That, but my brain cut off that last sentence. Kind of. But it's fine. Anyway, they get that pop-up at let's actually go to a different background. This. Let's actually let this play for a second. It's gonna pop up thing I remember from Okay, so that was these two. Okay. For the next one, I definitely need to do it earlier so that it doesn't say like 2 months ago up there. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Let's not have it be paused. I want to have the ants of the boats kind of in the corner there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I'm just reading through it, so I'm kind of read it once already. Just and yeah, they're going. And yeah, Chicken Slayer. Let's go into this one. And the next step we have Chicken Slayer 3000 here, who has a story that, yeah, I can very much identify with as well. As they say, openttd belongs in that special category I like to call insane people games. First time I played was in about 2020, and for a few weeks I just completely lost myself in it, hence the name. It always feels like it's a special kind of madness that consumes me whole for 2 to 6 weeks at a time, and I just get completely lost in it. Everything else becomes irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the network must grow. Even if I'm away from my computer, my mind is preoccupied with junctions and station design, upping capacity, signaling, and what new lines I can build. I feel like an insane person. Last game I played for over 100 hours on a single map. Just last month, by the end, I had a network with more than 100 transitions. Interconnected, of course, so you could reach every station from every other station. 460 trains, 100 of those going to Tombstone Steelworks alone. Over 100 road vehicles, 40 ships, and 30 planes, all of them sorted into groups and subgroups by cargo, origin, and destination. What I love is that this game does not force you to play any certain skill. You can just go completely crazy. Not happy with the trains that are only 7 tiles long? Set the setting to 20. 12 platform stations aren't quite enough. How about 35? 500 trains aren't quite scratching the itch. Have you tried 5,000? It gives you a few relatively simple pieces and lets you combine them with each other to form ultra complex system at damn near any scale you want. Like Legos, there is just where with just 6 2x4 blocks you have that many different ways to combine them. 915,103,765. Sure, I'll read it out. To combine them, and then it starts wearing off. The game becomes boring until I realize that I haven't played in a week, and I don't really feel the urge to anymore. But that's only ever temporary. The openttd madness will probably haunt me every couple of years for a long time. Well, if you maybe haven't, seen a specialist, check if you maybe have some, some a little bit of OCD and definitely some manic episodes. As I feel I very strongly can agree with this as well. Now, of course, as we discussed in the previous video, having the complexity here kind of being talked about as well, and how from simple tools the game makes very complex outcomes are possible. And I love that about this game, of course, as I discussed in depth somewhat. But it is also very much a game, that's the last paragraph kind of hints to, and to me, it is that as well. I'll play this, I'll kind of get consumed with it as well for a while. And it is actually quite healthy. I feel a lot of people forget this, to sometimes get bored with the game. Once in a while, I'll come back to this game and very much enjoy it. But I'll also always kind of, it isn't burnout, but it is kind of burnout. It isn't burnout in that degree of that I feel sometimes with other games, but it is just, I've done what I wanted to do for a while. Let's step away and, you know, we'll come back to it in a few years once I've kind of forgotten everything again and relearn and kind of go through that journey again. And that isn't unhealthy. I feel a lot of people feel that a game, if they enjoy it, it must be their forever game. No, I don't feel that way at all as well about openttd. I will always enjoy this game. I will always, you know, cherish it. But I'm also always aware that at some point I'll step away. And that might be for a week. That might be for a month. That might be for years. And maybe I don't come back to it ever at all at some point. But till now, every time after a few months, after a year, they're like, oh yeah, I enjoyed that. And you go back and yeah, at that point as well, you've kind of forgotten a bunch of stuff and relearning is half the fun. And the customizability and such really does feed into actually prolonging that a little bit in letting you play the game the way that you want. There we go. Oh, the last paragraph was actually a good one to have in there as well, just to, because also I don't want all of these to be like just just glazing the game. Also why actually in future ones I'll include as well, kind of, you know, at least in my own post, a little, I would say down note, but just, you know, being realistic. Oh, yeah. Do these sit together? Okay. Yeah, well, the DC together, because that one's just a short story. Yeah, TTD patch, I totally forgot about that. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's read these things. Jesus, taking a brewery. And from there, we'll go to original user is Taken's story here, who just gives us a brief. I played Transport Tycoon back in the day and got so successful that my balance turned negative because the variable used to keep track of my money rolled over. The game made me bankrupt shortly after that. And yeah, you can roll over your bank account apparently, and yeah, go into the negatives. Limited game, of course, from an age that that actually memory was expensive, and I mean that's now as well, of course, but the usage of memory was quite expensive. So yeah, 32-bit signed integer. I don't think even that game, this game, actually I don't know where the rollover point is on this game, but I could totally see it being a lower value than you would expect maybe in some more modern games. But yeah, suffering from their own success. And then we also have Drury, who says that my grandfather, who was big into airplanes, would play the OG TDD with me and put an airfield in every town, no matter how small. and create a huge play network that ran like clockwork. I just watched since I was too small and dumb to play. Some years later, after he had passed, I was reminiscing about him and looked into playing the game proper. Around that time, openttd was kind of the lame sideshow to TDD patch still. And actually, this kind of reminded me as well of this even existing, because this is I'm gonna guess a little over a decade ago, because yeah, there was a time where the TDD patch was a project which, similar to openttd, was trying to basically make it work on modern systems and make it a little bit more modernized than that it would run without crashing too much. And that was back then actually, yeah, the predominant choice for most people. And I actually totally, because I have used that, I remember. I couldn't tell you exactly when it was, but likely in the 2000s era. And they continue with, I never had any loyalty to either. I was just amazed that there is this huge community big enough to have two competing camps of people maintaining the game. How huge gratitude goes to each and every person who contributed. It holds a lot of sentimental value to me, as you can tell. And they are completely correct in this assessment as well. It is truly, I feel, a measure of how games or even stories or movies or books or whatever have touched people, is how willing they are to actually use their time to help whatever that medium was to grow or to stay relevant. Now, of course, with video games, a book will always, well, sometimes we'll need a reprint maybe, and actually that kind of communities do exist that help some books get reprinted here and there. But of course, in video games, yeah, keeping compatibility, and nowadays it has become much more common, but I feel in the 2000s it was very common for a game to go into abandonware mode and truly be abandoned, and not being able to be ran on more modern systems and such. Now, of course, we have a much larger, nowadays there's a much larger conservation kind of community that tries to keep old games running, old games going, and that is beautiful to see. And that also shows how much these games have touched people, how much they have meant to people, and how much nostalgia and sentimental value these hold for us. There we go. Yeah, normalish. So where I'm gonna go giving out all of these. How much do we have more? Okay, still a bunch. Okay. Is it this one first? Don't know one. Or I should pair those two together. Yeah. Yeah. Let's give me this one. Wait, what? Brodino. Mauscolo? Brodino Mauscolo. And then we come here to Brodino Mauscolo. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it, but I'm not sure there's maybe even a right pronunciation to some Reddit. But they share with us that, yeah, they've always been a big fan of management and simulation video games. And during the pandemic, I played Transport Fever 2 and Planet Coaster. And yeah, definitely two games as well that I'm very interested in. I played myself some Transport Fever 1 a little bit. I'd be actually interested to see how that has continued on. And Planet Coaster has definitely been also one that I've been interested in. To continue, yeah. And during the pandemic, I played Transport Fever 2 and Planet Coaster a lot until my gaming PC broke down. I didn't know who to turn to since we couldn't leave our homes here in Italy. So I dusted off my old laptop, which couldn't run those games. I turned to Reddit asking for lighter alternatives that would meet my laptop's requirements, and that's where I discovered openttd and openrct2, Open Railroad, no, with not railroad, roller coaster. Actually, yeah, it's roller coaster tycoon. Okay. Let's try that again. And then we come here to Brodino, who shares with us, I've always been a big fan of management and simulation video games, and during the pandemic, I played Transport Fever 2 and Planet Coaster a lot, until my gaming PC broke down. I didn't know who to turn to since we couldn't leave our homes here in Italy, so I dusted off my old laptop, which couldn't run those games. I turned to Reddit asking for lighter alternatives that would meet my laptop's requirement, and that's where I discovered openttd and openrct2. From that moment on, I fell in love with them and haven't reinstalled TF2 and PC anymore. And yeah, that's Transport Fever 2, although for me, it went instantly to Team Fortress 2. and PC, of course, they went to Mac. No, that's Planet Coaster. And yeah, indeed, openttd and actually a close relative to it, openrct, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. And yeah, the Roller Coaster Tycoon games are also very much a game series that I've enjoyed in the past. I've always leaned more towards Transport Tycoon, the mechanics there, and kind of, as well, less scenario-based play was always a great boon for me, at least, towards TDD. And yeah, as they list here, there are modern, basically, I'm going to use the word derivatives, but I don't mean it, in a derogatory sense, but they are the ancestors of these games. And definitely Transport Fever, and there are several other games that I've kind of have on my radar and might as well cover in the future, as I've played Transport Fever 1 specifically, for instance, and I've quite enjoyed that, but not for many hours yet, just as a lag of time. But there are modern variants of these, but there is something to be said as well for how light these games are and how effective they are on older systems, because I've seen people, for instance, run these as well even on tablets, and not even the most modern of tablets, and still enjoy them. I've seen some people try them on phones. I feel on a phone the interface becomes kind of too small to actually be usable. At least on a tablet, you kind of have a little bit more real estate, because all of these games do actually prefer to have a little bit of real estate available for you to kind of click around and such. And yeah, I feel this often will also come up for people, and it is a really strong recommendation if you are, I've had it sometimes as well, actually, when last time when my main PC kind of broke, I played a bunch of older games on a laptop that is pretty old, and the integrated graphics, no discrete card in there. And while I was waiting for some of the parts for my PC to be repaired to arrive, yeah, I was playing some older games, and actually that kind of got me back as well. Even back after my actual PC got fixed, I was still playing, yeah, for the next month or two, some older games. But it's nice to see that, yeah, people kind of discovering these games and still being recommended these games, even all the way here in 2026. That one rambly. But yeah, that's who I am. So do that one, these two together. That one, and then okay. I don't want to actually record everybody's thing. This one's not that long anyway. Now for future ones, I'll make a selection. More of a selection. Oh, actually, this person goes into into negative bank. Yes, okay, so it is a 32-bit sign-in. I guessed correctly, but I've never hit the cap on money in this game. Yeah, let's go. So Pietro. And then next up, Piedro's story here. As they say, back in 1995, my dad introduced me to a game like SimCity 3000, but then with more trains, and they even have signals. I was 3 years at the time, and that game was Transport Tycoon. When then Deluxe came out, he made a save game called Marcato, the name of his choir he was the pianist at. Then one day he showed me Marcato into trouble. He had made so much money that the integer for counting money ran out of bandwidth and flipped into negative. And actually a story similar to one we saw earlier, but then also they actually say, yeah, it was a signed 32-bit binary integer. So I actually guessed correctly earlier. And if you would make £1 more than that big number of a little bit over 2 billion there, it would flip that amount into negative. And yeah, that is actually a common occurrence in a lot of games where a number can overflow. And yeah, so in this game, it is into the 2.1 billion, which is a common point of the signed 32-bit integers. From that point, it will go from 2.1 billion positive, basically, to 2.1 billion, basically that same number on screen there, but then in the negative, and it'll start rolling back up to 0 in most cases. So yeah, they would go into very big negatives. The interest rate would be so massive that you could never recover that save file anymore. So you just let the company go bankrupt, but saved it first. The list of stories goes on, but basically this game has been a go-to staple for every time me and my best two buddies get together and play video games. We vary between Helldivers and whatever you want, but at one point we boot openttd. I live in Austria now and they in the Netherlands. Such an amazing game, such fun and simplicity. And yeah, this is actually of note because I didn't per se go into that. There is actually online play available for this. You can create servers and play together with other players. And this is actually something that a lot of people do. I haven't partaken much yet. And of course, it's being, for instance, then server side based. The world, well, depends on the servers, but some servers keep the world for, let's say, or try to keep it persistent. Some keep it for a few days, some for a week, some for a month, from what I've seen. And in that time, of course, everybody can come in, build parts, and kind of, it's a community project altogether. And that is a very interesting thing with this as well. And I may partake at some point in the future. And they as well go into flipping into negatives, and yeah, the old overflow issues of a number going so high that it flips into the negatives. A common occurrence in not just gaming, but also, yeah, a lot of software and such. And interesting because I've personally never hit the 2,147,483,647 that they list there that I would need. But maybe I should try that, make it a personal challenge to reach that number. Oh, there's that one. It's actually interesting to see. I wonder if there is a thing to it. There's a lot of people from the Netherlands that play this game. I wonder, just because I feel, just because the infrastructure is much more of a common thing to actually be discussed in the Netherlands, I feel, than some countries. Like, I only live here, so I can't talk about other countries too much. But oh, let's change the background again, actually. Oh, no, we already used that one. It's not that interesting. Yeah, shit, then the truck's there. That's fine. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, let's read this thing. Minister of Heresy and Independent Sect. It's from everything. Let's then go to Minister of Heresy here, who says, I used to be very jealous of my next door neighbor's 486 that could run OG TDD back in the 90s. I used to go hang out there at every opportunity just so I could play it. Now 30 years on, I'm a PhD student with access to a research-grade PC. Did I ask the IT department to install openttd on a university-managed PC? You bet your bottom I did. Did they? Surprisingly, yes, they did. One day I will sneak into one of the big lecture theaters we have on campus and play it on one of the enormous teaching screen when no one is looking. That sounds like a pretty fun thing to do, and definitely to take some footage of and maybe, you know, post on the openttd Reddit and farm some karma. But yeah, it is of course interesting to think of this game that nowadays, yeah, I feel even the most basic system you could buy would definitely run, of course, back in its day. Needed, yeah, for instance, a 486, which yeah, just even knowing what that is already makes me feel old. But yeah, it was, of course, a game that did, it wasn't as simple to run as some contemporaries of it, just because it was doing some simulation work and stuff. I actually remember on some, although I wonder if that's maybe just my recollection more so of systems that I had back then, and just, having Bonzi Buddy installed. I may have likely given some people some PTSD there. That, yeah, I didn't even run this game. I remember, like, you couldn't, the fast forward did basically nothing, because there's a function to fast forward the game and make it go a little bit quicker. But yeah, it's kind of interesting actually to be reminded that, yeah, at some point this game was, required actually, well, not per se state of the art equipment, but did require a decent PC, which we would now consider, of course, completely obsolete. Even the cheapest system you could attain nowadays would, even secondhand, would run this game very easily. And yeah, them getting it installed on a university managed PC. Well, it's just a research project, right? We're just making sure, we're just running some simulations on how to make the future of rail happen. And then we go to Independent Size here, who says, I've always loved trains in general. One day I saw my mom play openttd in her work laptop. Safe to say I'm very interested in those little trains running around the town's industries. Now I've grown enough to have my own laptop, played openttd myself, still got the same excitement as I was back then, or as I had back then. And that's definitely also one of the, for me, I very much just enjoy more the aspect of just building and creating and just, the making networks and such. Even though I do have appreciation for trains and such as well. There's actually a whole guard of people that very much are of that persuasion. And there's a lot of mods that are even designed to add dozens, hundreds of train types, and plane types and truck types and everything else of types, just to fill out and, yeah, basically turn it from a game about building, infrastructure to actually just being a model train kit. Basically, you can have trains that, and I've considered that as well, actually running that in on streams and such. For instance, running Dutch-style trains in there, as I do reside in the Netherlands, trains that I'm familiar in and have ridden in myself and such. And it is beautiful to see that this game can be played in so many different ways. Kind of curious actually how long already it is. Well, it's gonna be however long it is. For this one especially. It's already 32 minutes. I was kinda expecting 45, which actually might even be underneath still. Because how many do we have? 4. So we'll do these two separately, and then the top two together. Although I might choose to like just pick one of the segments, but you'll also, like, with how few we have here, like, just I'd be okay. I would like to just read everybody's story out. Yeah, because we do this one, and then those two together. Let's actually go somewhere else, because I realize as well this there's a lot of sound coming out of. So, where did the preview go? So I pressed escape at some point. There we go. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna read this one directly. It doesn't seem. How would you say that name? Eric? I feel it is just like a misspelling of Eric. Intentional misspelling. Eric. E-R-E-I-R-C. I'll just spell it out. E-I-R-C. E-I-R-C. And then for EIRC's story here, as I say, I played the freaking demo only as a kid in the 90s. It would only let you play for like two in-game years or something. So played a short, maybe I read it actually then. Let's get the loan rate. 10 years ago for the co-op gameplay. I mean, doesn't change. Yeah. And then we come to ERC's story here, who says, I played the freaking demo only as a kid in the 90s. It would only let you play for like 2 in-game years or something. So I played a lot of short games where I only had time to build 1 or 2 small lines at best, and my goal was to get the loan repaid. 10 years ago, I found openttd and got in hardcore openttd co-op gaming play, making thousands of trains per map and connecting everything. Now I play mostly in a mixed style, aiming for realism and looks. And yeah, I can very much imagine as that is definitely an experience that I've not had with openttd for myself, but with some other games. I remember some games actually, I distinctly, for instance, remember a Metal Gear Solid's demo that was already very much talked about, even in an age before internet, being with magazines getting a demo CD of Metal Gear Solid before it even had come out, I believe, in Europe at least, and being very excited. I'm actually curious how I even knew about it. I'm gonna guess some magazines and such, because yeah, it is pre-internet for me, at least. It wasn't per se pre-internet, but I wasn't, I wasn't on the net back then. We weren't surfing the web. But that was, for instance, a part of a game that I've played over and over and over again, which was basically the first few minutes of that, once you knew how to do it. The first time you did it was the first half hour, but once you knew how to do it, it was the first 2 minutes of the game kind of over and over again. And yeah, I can very much imagine then as an adult being able to just, it's in the same way of learning that, as a kid, yeah, you got an ice cream here or there. But as an adult, what do you mean I can buy all the ice cream I want and just have a fridge full of ice cream and just have ice cream every day until I get sick of it, of course. We've all been there, at least if you've, matured to adulthood at some point. You learn that there is some agency that you suddenly have that you didn't realize even existed to that degree. But very much interesting to see that, because yeah, I didn't even know there was an kind of shareware kind of version, I would guess, actually back then, of this game available, and that's, yeah, people enjoyed it in that way back then as well. That this was when I botched, right? Okay, just a few remaining, and then outro, and then yeah, we're gonna jump into some Division. Kind of feel bad actually loading up this game but not playing it. Sorry for anybody that was maybe interested in that. This needs to be like that, right? You should just downvote one of these stories just as a prank. It's like, wait, why is this one down? No, there's always word or say I should. Huh. Didn't actually, because Theme Park I did know was on PS1, but didn't actually know this game was on PS1. Controller, yeah. Yeah, let's read through this. What was the name? Akadawa. Yeah. And then for Ada, Aka. And then for Akadawa's story here, as they say, years ago, Transport Tycoon was the first PC game that really hooked me. Mario or Wario on the Game Boy never interested me as much as Transport Tycoon did. I had a school friend named Marcel whose brother had a PC. I was actually invited over to play with Legos, but my school friend's brother let me play video games instead. In the end, I pretty much only went over to his house because I wanted to play games. Sometimes we weren't allowed to play Transport Tycoon, and that always made me pretty sad. Years later, when I got a PS1, I had Transport Tycoon Deluxe and Theme Park gifted to me and played them for the days on end. To this day, I don't understand how I was able to play that game and Team Hospital 2 on a controller. There is just something so relaxing about that game. It can keep me occupied for hours. The only other games that do the same are Satisfactory and Factorio. To take me back to those days, I often play openttd, and this Sunday, my coworkers and I plan to dominate a server with our company. And yeah, first of all, actually, I wasn't aware that... I was aware because, yeah, PlayStation 1, PS1. I wasn't aware, actually, that there was a port of Transport Tycoon Deluxe for it, but honestly, that doesn't surprise me as well, because, yeah, there definitely was, I remember, Theme Park and Team Hospital and such were definitely on there. And yeah, they did port a lot of things to there, even as they say, playing it on a controller. I can imagine that would not be the best experience per se, but you know, as a kid, you make do with what you have. I, for one, remember, for instance, messing around on PS1 with basically a music making program and such. Where now, of course, if we want to like mess around with something like Logic or something and just, or Fruity Loops and just put together a track just to mess around with, or at least, well, nowadays we just ask AI, of course, just Suno one up. But yeah, you may do with what you had, and even if you had to take the kind of limitations of, for instance, a PlayStation 1 with a controller. And now I'm actually curious about how that port looked, and I'm definitely gonna look that up and just have a look at it. And yeah, definitely, it is one of those games, and as they list there as well, Satisfactory and Factorio, for instance, games like this. I, as somebody who has somewhat a little bit of like forms of, I'm definitely on the spectrum of several things. Definitely of autism and maybe a little bit as well of ADHD. This is all, yeah, this is definitely one of those games that can kind of take my entire brain space and be something that kind of occupies me fully, as I am someone as well that, for instance, generally if I'm playing a video game or something, I don't personally listen to music in the background much, but I usually have something playing in the background of YouTube or maybe movies and such. Even though nowadays I don't watch too many movies in the background, but I used to in the past a lot. Nowadays it's basically always YouTube in the background for me. This is definitely one of those games where even if I have something like that, I will likely end up rewatching whatever I had playing during it, because it takes up kind of the whole brain space for me. And that is truly, a thing that very few games even try to go for. A lot of games leave some space on purpose. But yeah, a game like openttd or Satisfactory or Factorio definitely are a different breed. Getting more rambly. I'm actually kind of curious now. PH1 Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Oh wait, what? Okay, I need to play this at some point. So it is actually 3D-ified. Wait, can I? Does that show up? Yeah. Well. So it's like this looks. Was it Theme Park that was kind of like this as well on PlayStation? That was kind of 3D grid kind of look. Huh. This is actually very. No, oh wait, they came out even for Saturn. Okay. Huh. Maybe something to deep dive in at some point. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna just as a side put this in just to share it in that video as well. Or wait, is this something different? Because I also see this as a PlayStation 1. Doesn't know, this is just pixel art. What's it? This is PS1. So wait, what is this 3D one then? What is this? Okay. 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 Is this a... No, because this is again isometric. So what is this 3D one? It's always like the first 7 comments of it. It's just people being silly. Wait, is this like a special mode of it or something? Then this might not be a emulation site. You know what? I'll dive into this later. This is kind of very interesting, actually. Okay, but I'm guessing that's like you can go into that as a view or something then, and then the rest of it is just the normal kind of view. So let's go here. Which one did we do last? Was whatever the PS1 story. Okay, yeah. So that's down. Okay, so these last two, and then we have the first installment of the stories then. But then I want to do basically this for each of the video games that I kind of cover, just also. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me just read this logo. Hey, wait, let me. No, I should do the other way, right? So like this. Oh yeah, all right, to these. So Night Fury and Yakubi-san. Although I'm just gonna go with Yakubai-san. Yaku. Okay. We'll decide when I get there. And then for the last two stories here, we have Night Fury. Starts off with, well, it's basically my first game I ever played on PC. It was the old Transport Tycoon on DOS, and my cousin with a little newer computer already had Transport Tycoon Deluxe, I remember. I remember that my father tried to copy the deluxe version to RPC, but it didn't work. So sadly, so it was. So wait, no, I'm actually reading it, trying to read it. Punctuation would have been nice here. Sadly, okay. Okay. And then coming to our last two stories here, courtesy of Night Fury for the first one here. Well, it was basically my first game I ever played on PC. It was the old Transport Tycoon on DOS, and my cousin with a little newer computer already had Transport Tycoon Deluxe. I remember that my father tried to copy Deluxe version to RPC, but it didn't work, sadly. So I was mostly on Transport Tycoon until we had a new PC, and my cousin's friend, he had access to internet because he was living in city, come with some Transport Tycoon Deluxe with some mods pack. For me, it was like a miracle. And yeah, back in the day when the games, sometimes you had to get them however you got them, and that was a day and age where the games because of course, or even when we're talking about, let's say, less legal means, we're mostly talking about, of course, just downloading some games. But there wasn't an age where there was actually just CDs being sold that were obviously not made by an by the company that was maybe tied to making them. But yeah, somebody as well that my brain is kind of blanking here. Let's try that again. Although I might just leave this one ad. I might actually leave both of these. Nah. Let's include them. Okay. And we'll come to the last two stories here, courtesy of the first one of Night Fury, who says, it was basically my first game I ever played on PC. It was the old Transport Tycoon on DOS, and my cousin with a little newer PC already had Transport Tycoon Deluxe. I remember that my father tried to copy Deluxe version to our PC, but it didn't work, sadly. So I was mostly on Transport Tycoon until we had a new PC, and my cousin's friend, he had access to internet because he was living in city, came with some Transport Tycoon Deluxe with some mod packs. For me, it was like a miracle. And yeah, kind of talking about some older times when beyond just, nowadays we're kind of used to just going online if we are looking at some less legal means maybe of obtaining some games. Back then it was still, there was a time and place that you might go to some markets and see some CDs that maybe not have the provenance that you would expect of some companies and such. And yeah, that is those were of course bootleg ones. And of course, a game like this definitely came up in those times as well. How I remember even Commodore 64, and then just like copying tapes and such, and like bootleg tapes going around and such. And nowadays, of course, it's a completely different time and age. Then we go here to Yaku Baizon, I'm guessing with the name. As they come in with, I remember getting into fist fights with my brother back in 1996-ish. He was taking too much time setting up tracks, and I wanted to play too. We did not, however, play original Transport Tycoon. We had a pirated copy of the game. And yeah, even more less legal means of obtaining this game. And yeah, you were of course very much right to get into a fist fight. They should have just been faster with getting their tracks together. I mean, duh. Everybody knows that. Not the asshole. Oh wait, that is where this is not that Reddit, right? But yeah, funny to hear that. Getting into some fist fights and getting into some, brotherly shenanigans over a game. A tale as old as time. You know what? We'll keep this theme. Especially that wasn't too long. Oh yeah, let's give it an outro. Let me rename this one already. And save it for now. Yeah, let's do an outro and then this is all ready. No. Jump into a little bit of division. I'm gonna just scroll through here slowly and while talking. And then let's put this back to you. Oh, Wait, let me quickly check something here. That is an even number, right? So are they not in here? No. Okay. Because I'll end on this screen as well. But I should have actually updated the full list. Let me actually update this list real quick. Oh, where do they have these? Oh, documents. Because I have files that just that. That have these names in them. Let me also actually then quickly check on the. Am I showing any of this? No. Because also I don't want to. Just checking on the back end. Okay. There is. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Copy the name from here. Make sure these all fit now. Pummeling to find where it is. Oh, so that should be like that. So that just should, and this should be fine. Yeah. Okay, because we had some. I want to leave people out when they taking the time to get themselves in. I was trying to just update that just before whenever I finish up the video, basically. Myself there. But we start here because first we do a conclusion and then we do it. Need to be here. Yeah. Let's record an outro here. And with that, we come to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed coming with me to go through some stories as people have provided here. I definitely enjoy reading other people's stories, and we'll be doing this moving forward for games, every game that I kind of cover. I'll see if I keep making Reddit posts for it. I think this is a good place, and then also a good way that archives it as well, of course. As if I try to keep it through maybe like our DMs or such through Discord, that could get messy. I could lose some or not, not catch all of them. I feel this is a good way moving forward as well of doing it, and I'll just be making posts in the Reddits of the games that I'll cover. And of course, the next one of those is going to be PlanetSide, as we'll go into the main video for that, and then some go pieces, and then end again with some stories. And kind of lost it there. Wait, let's go back. Let's try again. Because actually, you know, all of that can be in the... Yeah, no, this just needs to be talking about this, and then future games can be in the... Yeah. And with that, we come to the end of this first look. And with that, we come to the end of this first stories video. I hope you enjoyed this video, as I hope it is interesting. I definitely enjoyed going through, and if nothing else, just seeing other people's stories, asking them for it. But of course, kind of reading through them here and kind of elaborating on them. I enjoyed doing so, and hopefully it is enjoyable to watch, as I'll be doing so for future videos or future games that I'll cover as well. And I think this format where I do it through the Reddit of the game, as long as there is an active Reddit for that game, I feel that's likely the best place, as it can kind of be maintained there. I feel if I try to do it through Discord or such, I would need to keep track of a lot more. As for instance, in this case as well, I was planning on being a lot more quick with getting videos out, as you saw here. This post is several months old at this point. But yeah, in the future, I hope to do more of these, and actually with every game that I cover, to do one of these videos. Because now we go to here to do that. And that brings us to the end of this video. If you did enjoy it, please do any and all algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of shilling here. If you really enjoy me and my content and are willing to maybe support me financially, well, you could join these fine folks above me through Patreon, through YouTube memberships, or through Twitch subs in doing so. And it is always appreciated, never required. I understand money is, of course, we are not, I'm going somewhere weird with that. Let's try again. And with that, we come to the end of this video. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And to shill a little bit more, if you are enjoying my content and want to financially help out, as that is always appreciated, never required, as I understand. And it is, of course, yeah, money is always tight, but if you have some lying around and are willing to help out, you could join these fine folks above me here on Patreon, on YouTube memberships, and on Twitch subs that help me financially and make it so that this hobby is definitely something that I just don't do just for fun, but then also I have some financial incentives, as that drives me to do it a little bit faster. In the future, we'll be jumping into some PlanetSide 2, and that's going to be the next game that's going to get the full coverage, as we'll go through the main video of it, and then several co-pieces, and then again end with the stories on it. After that, I'm intending to go to Div1, which I've been playing already here and there on stream. And if you do enjoy my content as well, yeah, I'll be streaming all of these, and even, for instance, this video has been recorded on stream. Those are linked down below, and if you want to join me either on Twitch or on YouTube, I would love to have you along. I hope to catch you in the future, and as always, have a good night. A little rambly, but is IKEA. Not is fine, but is IKEA. Oh, let me make sure everything checks out. I just realized I never closed the window. I hope. Well, that shouldn't too much. It should only, like, when my voice comes in, might have a little background, but that's fine. What's the runtime here? 45 minutes. 45:13. So likely with a little bit of snipping, it will be 45. Yeah, let's go right here first of all, and then let's actually jump over to some divisioning. You're gonna feel the itch to maybe play a little bit openttd here and there in the future again. Maybe we'll play it on the weekend or something a little bit. Anyway, in the background, let me load up. Load up data vision. Let me also change my categories. It's funny on YouTube, if I just type in div1, like it pops up basically div2 and div1 and like some of the other titles, but I feel on Twitch I basically need to either go the div1 or type out division all the way for division 1 to show up. It pops up 2, but oh yeah, capture, yeah. Okay. Because I'll stitch that all together tomorrow, and then that'd be the stories video going up. Already made a thumbnail and stuff. What did I want to do? Especially if I want to run. Yeah, let's actually run a little bit more of that Deadeye. Also, I wanted to check actually with Deadeye. Do I just need to zoom in, or because it says zoom in, it doesn't say a scope size. Just can I zoom in? Like, is it also just even a red dot? I know.
Best gear in the city. Check it out.
As you see, one of the things I actually did in between yesterday and today, I went to actually cleaned up all of those mods I wanted to clean up. So basically now all the weapons at least have. There was a bunch of ones which had like, you know, like on the muzzle had like per chance headshot and then stability or something. So all of them are now more damage pointed, which then also fixed up a bunch of the mods here. So I deleted a bunch more weapons. So that leaves oh yeah, I wanted to see actually if this was anything useful for character 1, but that's that one. These I need to check on character 3, I think, just to make sure I don't need them there. Although I don't think I'm using stamina. Oh, actually no, it might be. So I need to just clear out those mods, and then like we have more than enough space to, because eventually I want to drop everything this character has into the stash. Although I would also, I should take some screenshots here just so I have the talents. Although I know the talents. Right. I know the talents. I basically want to delete this character and then we'll use that slot to do a fresh playthrough. Oh, flash. As fresh as it's gonna be. I need hands. Yeah, let me actually quickly check this vendor. Once in a blue moon. Level does again is basically set at this
What can I
point.
do for you? I guess you just window shopping.
You can't do anything for me. Oh, yeah, let's go to the range.
When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Hey,
Lower. Let's do. I take. Let's take that scope for a sec. Will that count as being in zoom? For delay, we'll see. Neither's engine. I'm only playing some div1. And actually starting tomorrow I'll play some Resurgence.
Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
Oh wait, this doesn't scope, right? Or does this still count? How would I be able to tell? Oh, when scoped you lose. Oh, okay, so what about like what would this be on a LVAC? I guess I need a few more of these actually. Of these 550s. Wait, so oh yeah, everything would be a crit, right? Oh wait, everything isn't a crit, right? Wait, is it? It doesn't say. Is this behaved differently? Oh, when in cover. When in cover is 100%. Brain not braining. Wait, so let's try as well. Although wait, that one does. Although it ADS is like zooms. Let's try this again. Okay, so this doesn't. But I guess this then does. Ones are in this view. Okay. Okay, so I should have that on there. You take these off. The ranger. Do you? Oh yeah, you unlock it a little later on, but it's not here from this. I mean, same as div2. You unlock it while leveling, basically. So wait, which LVIC? Because I can check. But also, yeah, wait, why do some guns still have? That shouldn't be the case. All of these should be crit first stat, not crit damage first stat. Guess I just ran out of them. Got lazy. Let's fix that now. So these should be headshot, which they are, I'm gonna hope. Actually, I'm fine with this one not being. That's fine. I guess it's for these. It doesn't matter. These are weapons for on a skill build, which doesn't per se care. Wait, you can have 8? Thought 7.5 was the max. Huh. But then also this should be on a different gun. The bingo roll. Right, yeah, let's actually do that. Huh. I really thought actually 7.5 was the max for that slot. Stick that on there. Yeah, mine. Yeah, so wait, I should take these two off. Then I just need to make more 5.52s. I should put the wrong ones on this. It's lazy. Because then as well, I can use those over here. Wait, what? Damn it. When was that? Because I put that mod on some gun of a different build. Just mod it from there instead of going into the menu. Oh, yeah, so you need that one. Sure, if it is without that long scope, I might like this a lot. Might be okay with.
Best stuff in the city.
Deadeye.
That apartment complex out made Agent Lau really mad.
Notification. Designated
I'm getting
smoking
back to
areas have been established within the secure zone. Do not smoke outside the designated areas.
So we have 1, 2, 3 guns that could use a scope.
Tonight we have a special treat
Did I have any remaining? Actually,
large shipment of candy cane.
might have dumped them into some of the guns.
Here.
Save this, yeah. Yeah, let's yank some from these. Although I guess this is small optic, right? So that can take that. But I'm fine with that gun. I don't care about that one shotgun. Good old inventorying. Okay, so this becomes these two. Actually, the ends right that one. That one doesn't do.
Due to a scheduling error, group grief counseling has been rescheduled for.
You know what? For now, I'll just.
We apologize for the inconvenience.
I'll make it future IKEA's problem. Don't care enough about this shotgun, and this one would need a small thing, so it would need like that one, which are actually a little bit more rare. So that one makes sense. Just as a solve. Yeah, let's just run this.
God damn it. What the hell does it
Mike
take to get
said
this
you
thing
were
working?
around.
So we're gonna do a named run, although I should check first.
Wanna give me happy to help.
What's just a named run? 225, right?
Your attention, please. The interfaith discussion group will be held on Sundays at
Not 225.0, but
14. All are
yeah, so we still have enough space. Oh yeah, let's go do a named run. We'll run Deadeye for it. Not really the build for it, but let's mess around. Hills nil after today's reset. I don't know.
You know you want what I'm selling.
But the obvious answers are always global events and overdrives and stuff like that. Although or you're just saying it in jest.
Oh, man.
But yeah, the actual thing is I don't actually even need to.
Pay the price.
Not even, I don't need to.
Bullshit.
I don't benefit if I'm hitting headshots or not.
You ain't gonna last.
Body shots and headshots are the same. You know, some cherries to snack on. It's at least the one nice thing about summer. When somebody does does like cherries. Also, these are like pretty huge ones. Well, actually, the last batch I bought was those were like really big. Yeah. That one escaped. I'll grab that later. Escapee. Annoying thing is I do have to be in cover. Oh, enemies dying from the explosion are also counting for it. And either Borg. Is resistance futile still? annoying thing is I do need to be in cover.
I've about had it with this.
Which, for instance, there's nowhere to go in cover. Okay, you know what? Maybe it's now that I can understand how this should be set up. And we actually have the right mods instead of, because I had a bunch of is the muzzle still headshot actually? No, I fixed the muzzle as well. Because I just wanted to test if the scope, because it doesn't list the range on it, but then I'm guessing it needs to just be some of the ones where like some weapons just zoom you in a little bit more, but this has to be ones where you actually go into a scope.
Not quite done here. Well, no one. Oh my God!
And I've actually used up a lot of resources, so let's fill back up. Like it was basically full on everything, but made a lot of weapon mods and then a bunch of gear mods as well. Just trying to get actually had a bunch of like lower electronic mods at like 2k skill power when like you can have like 2.3 almost. Yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. It's from all that reading and stuff as well.
Readings indicate this area
It's kind
is
of
safe.
irritated. Although here, this is specifically
Warning.
this gear
You are
set
now
in
leaving the safe
div1 is specifically not headshots. It's basically a crit sniper. Whenever I go into cover and into zoom, I actually lose all my headshot damage, but then I have 100% crit. So I've in Division 2 as well. Honestly, one of the things, if you want to mess around with headhunter builds and stuff, actually doing it without determined and then just body shotting stuff that has helmets. And there's also factions that just don't have helmets. As for instance, yeah, cleaners barely have any helmets. Outcast. Basically in both of them, it's only the heavies. The only annoying thing here is I do need to I actually prefer the forced scoping. Although the thing would be, it would be nice if per weapon or something you could toggle if it automatically scopes in or not. That would be like the right solution. But here having to ADS and then press another button. I'm gonna get sick of that. That's actually the reason I never run Deadeye much. Also, the way I had it set up wasn't correct. 16 character, nice. Oh yeah, it goes fast. You gain it fast and you lose it fast. I mean, also just, yeah, it's like swapping some bits and pieces and some weapons out and ate up a lot of div tag. Although I feel, especially when I kind of came back to the game and realized more so like 2-3 years ago, and like, oh, because before that I had like one character and I was like leveling another one, but it wasn't even leveled. For div tech learning, like especially having 4 characters and then doing all the dailies.
Echo available
So
for
it's
playback
basically,
nearby.
well, I would usually not do the survival one, but basically getting 75 per character per day. So we would get 300 per day. But the effects that like having multiple characters had on that was because I would also even get, you know, a bunch of weeklies, and then you would also get the caches. Or you get the caches, you get the weeklies.
Take him out!
That doesn't kill you. I feel my scope sensitivity isn't correct at all. Still feels low. Yeah. More than that's gonna not be great. So usually, rest of it is correct, right? Wait, did I change this? Why is this so high? Wait, does that count as... Is that the same sensitivity? You would think that would be aim, right? Oh wait, is my aim sensitivity too high? Okay, so that's not that. I didn't notice.
Leave me alone.
Oh, I'm sensitive. What? How? Is it just that? Oh, that's basically spot on. Because what I always want is like, without, you know, any zoom, I want this like wrist left to wrist right to be like 270 degrees. And then I want scoped from center wrist right, wrist left to be 90 degrees. And then scoped a little bit less than 90 degrees usually. Wonder when I changed that, or like why that was. Because I usually don't mess with that much.
Come on. There's gotta be something.
Oh yeah, and I also need to get a better weapon for this. And I think that's because I changed it. It used to be like full firearms. That's why it's set up this way. What is this other one actually? What is this? Threat of Texas ferocious. Will it still count as a head? I wonder actually, yeah. Maybe worth this. Because it removes my headshot damage, but there is to remove it actually counting as a headshot. Might be worth messing around with. All my characters. Well, that sounds like a lot. Although they don't take too much time, right? But yeah, 16 character sounds. I mean, I was on the way to that as well in Division 2, so I can't act too surprised, but because yeah, I had 4 accounts there as well.
Just maggots and rats.
Because this brutal should go, so I should have deadly destructive. But I think as well I had like higher firearms here, and I didn't have any stamina because this would land with that.
Can't go home empty-handed.
Right, yeah, I should have deadly destructive and then ferocious or predatory or determined or something down there. Oh yeah.
How you?
It's sidetrack, man.
Survival of the fittest, baby. Gotten so out of control.
So, this is correct. Yeah. 1990. Okay, now 75-ish.
Oh my god! Bastards! You deserve this, man! Revenge will be sweet! Damn you!
Explosion sounds. Means there's no screen shake. I need them in here. Division by. Sorry. Is it alien? Okay.
¿Dónde has estado? Intentas causar un infarto.
It's all about
Well, the thing is, it's not. Not in all cases. Like the speed that, especially for instance, a determined headhunter can clear out a control point is not something a crit build can keep up with. Oh, hey. Oh, nice.
This is a lot more fun than I thought it would be.
Oh, no. Wait, he's not.
I think I'm
No, he's not.
such bastard.
I was hoping he was gonna go sit in that chair. Which usually leads to some hilarity.
Quite done here.
Okay, I think if I can squeeze out a little bit more out of it. Although this still doesn't feel great, honestly.
I'm going in, guys. Keep your weapons ready. I'm clear.
Especially because I like have to Cover ADS and then another button press. That time I could just kill everybody.
It's over now.
Spookies. I wonder as well if there's some other rifle.
This is going to be very useful.
Other
Thank
MMR.
you.
Rifles don't exist here. Wait, was the dex on this? Unzoomed marksman rifles. Okay, so. Because we also have things like devil and heal and stuff. Now this tenebrae. Let's try it. The MMR category is gonna. Well, I wonder if it just feels weird because I'm used to like the div2 convention of them more. Because rivals as a category is kind of a mishmash as well. Because in div1, there was no rifle category. Like basically the rifle category is made up of a few ARs, a few what in this game is MMRs. There's things like the SIG and stuff are MMRs in this game. Although all are exotics. And then even an SMG. The USC. But they're like lightweight M4 and LVOAC went from AR to that category, to rifles. And for instance, classic M1A and stuff is MMR in this game. Just kind of interesting outcome of it.
How are we? You're doing good work.
It's also weird to me always that they never there is no bolt action exotic, which always felt kind of like weird. There are a few MMR exotics, but they're all semi-auto ones. Especially with having a gear set that relies on bolt actions in Hunter's Fate.
Ain't never going back in the
It's good to
cage.
be out. Hey, you think you can still
Not gonna
catch that
rest
shit?
until all those cops are dead.
Go on in,
Oh, shit. Let me finish this. Eliminate the problem.
Don't make it hard on yourself. Shit, he's dead.
Does the set have a reload mechanic or how big is the mag? Oh, I'm using the tenebrae. Okay. Oh, even that I think is 22 though. Actually, I don't dislike that thing. But yeah, let's do this just for speed, yes. Well, at least I feel I understand that set better now that I've actually laid it out correctly. Because that is kind of just spanked together with actually had like wrong mods and stuff. So let's grab tactician. This goes a little bit faster for this. Because maybe they're spread out now.
Time to make them pay.
We don't got time for this.
Taking them out.
Finish this.
Enemy hostile.
Bluey. Let's grab the tools there too. For the oh, div2 has a bunch. Oh, div2 has Nemesis. To name an important one. But div2 has a bunch. No, div1. Div1 has like, it has a few exotic MMRs, but it's like they're all more like semi-auto. Honestly, most of them would become div2's rifles because it's the heal and the devil, which become the 6 CQB and the 6-7-16.
Now entering a safe area.
And it's the Tenebrae, which is Mark 17, and the whole Mark 17 family goes to rifles as well.
Warning. Now we're exiting the safe area.
So even another exotic MMR
Look at you, trying to be so brave.
in Div1. But yeah, there's no bolt actions at all. Exotics. Should have been nice actually to make an easier way. Because exotics in this game as well, especially because of the extra talent, most of them have like a fixed third talent, which makes them kind of like named in Div2. Makes it easier to kind of get the one that you're after, at least on a long enough timeline. I need the global event helping out there. This one. I mean, yeah. Although Hunter's Fate wouldn't per se be faster for what I'm doing here. It does the lead stuff. I do enjoy it here and there.
Safe area.
The thing with Tactician is like you can clear a whole wave. Because especially here in the open world, the enemies aren't, well, not scaled. So they're pretty squishy.
Windows.
You have no difficulty settings, so. But yeah, Tactician's ability to just go, hey, goodbye to that whole wave is unmatched for named runs.
What? You scared?
He spawned or no? That spawned.
You scared or something? What the? Too bad. Contact! 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 Contact!
Edge.
What?
Oh, we're busy with that. Everybody?
We got a man down.
Gonna have our one to that.
This is a restricted area. I hope we don't run into cleaners.
Careful out here.
Alright, sir. Let's go.
Get that named out of the mix.
Fire on target. Tango, over there. Don't get fired.
With the S2 here. I do like on this straight down for just actually messing around. One of the downsides here, although that's definitely something that 2 kind of improved on quite a bit, is just, you know, the amount of loadout slots and then also inventory slots to go with that a little bit. Although, how much do you have here? 120. Yeah, it wouldn't be enough for...
You are now entering a safe area.
Wouldn't be enough for 16 slots, really, but...
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
I'd love to have had like 12 loadouts per character. I would have filled it up.
Just gotta lock this place down fast.
Open fire.
Now.
Contact! Contact!
Tango, inbound.
Wait, you survived? Clever girl. Stop surviving. And you gotta love New York at night. It's funny that this still looks kind of impressive almost. Just because of the lighting. And either slasher.
Readings indicate an echo nearby.
Thanks for the kind words. Although I feel I've kind of...
Tango's out of cover. What the hell?
Funny that is not actually an uncommon, like... That's not a common, like... Well, I wonder actually if it isn't. But I wonder if there's any stories out there of, like... especially with pantheons and stuff, like... This god was the god of this thing, and then he decided he wasn't gonna be the god of... like... Suddenly, like, Ares was like, just, you know what?
How's life been treating you?
I don't want to be the god of war. I'm gonna be... Although, I mean, actually, Mars and Ares were
Tired of this goddamn patrol.
a bunch of gods of a bunch of things. That's how all of those Roman and Greek gods kind of worked. But if he suddenly went like, you know what? I'm the god of dance! Am I god or am I dancer? And he was like, I'm dancer.
Ungrateful goddamn civilians. I heard this ATF might be talking to Colonel Bliss. Maybe join rank or some shit. We lost a friendly.
Well, go find them then if you've lost a friendly. Must be nearby if you just lost them. Just waiting a second for my sticky to be back. And yeah, if there were any survivors, that Seeker would have seekered them. And yeah, survival low. Remember earlier when I said I kind of, my A is already not happy with me? This is not helping game. Could I see shit? Well, I don't mind it in the open world for like a few minutes. I always disliked early survivor play or survival play for For just being 20 minutes of that. 20 minutes of being stuck in a snowstorm. What was he the god of? I feel like Hades was generally the god of the afterlife, right?
Target is down. Want to mess with the cleaners?
Some red smoke. Yeah, let's see actually. 10 LMB. You know what, let's get that. Start refilling on our LMB and cleaner eliminated for the weekly.
Glad you're on our
You know what, let's go get some. Let's go get 10 LMBs.
Jesus!
hell of a fight.
Oh, I waste some damage. Thank you. Oh, let's actually go over here and we'll get some LMB and some cleaners.
Agent, we're getting word of supply drops landing, but they're arriving in the dark zone. Something's going on, but I'm not quite sure what. One thing's for sure, you better get there before the wrong people get their hands on whatever it is, because I got a feeling it's not pasta and blankets. Get on it, Agent.
How sure are you it's not past them blankets? Well, let's run this Nomad.
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage only.
Not so tanky
Backup
Nomad.
activated. System rebooted. Warning. Entering dark zone.
I want to see how hard this hits in comparison to. It's actually Striker in DZ doesn't feel too great because you get the you basically get the non-classified. I'm gonna try to get a bunch of weak points hits as well for the weekly.
Get me covered.
Although we'll see if we get any weeklies done. I'm definitely not gonna try to get one done today. Where am I? It's one street further right. Let's see actually if we do any weeklies because tomorrow I'm gonna jump into Resurgence. I'm kind of interested about. I was actually gonna not play it at all, man.
Rough going out here.
Let's tomorrow release it. Although I wanna, one thing I hope they don't. Let's see tomorrow. I wouldn't be too surprised if they'll have drops and stuff that day. And yeah, I'm never never gonna be part of those ever again, so it would actually be annoying. What's the way up again? Brain not braining. We can always go all the way around. Let's just I want to clean out the LMB on top first.
We got company.
These guys.
Engage the target.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
And this has more now firepower.
Back up.
What I need.
You think you can take us? Target spotted!
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Even worse store boundaries than 2.
Whoa, shit!
You can't shoot through them at all.
Got a window. Need more ammo.
Maintain heavy fire!
That's what, definitely this evening I'm not gonna make it too late at all. Tomorrow I need to actually get up early, but just need to head into work, but just for an hour. Wait, so where is this? Oh, it's through here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, so it's through here.
Stay out of the bomb radius!
Never say never. I generally don't tend to as well. So I'm already safe. I usually try to avoid absolutes.
Alert. Detecting hostiles.
Oh, if you mean the creator program, that one's a never now. I will,
Hostiles
like,
incoming.
unless that whole company changes or something. On that one, I'm very, like, pretty confident on saying never.
Stay low.
Even more so than, like, when I left the program, like, they've made so many poor choices even afterwards. Like, they literally gave a collaborator event to somebody who view bots.
I gotta do this.
Like, if I was in that program still, I would have left it at that point.
Area secure.
Like, them giving an apparel thing to the Charles guy is like a fuck you to every person that is in that category ever. Like, I can't even really understand how they didn't vet even a little bit who they're picking. Let's see if there's actually some. There's a patrol there. Yeah, it might have been out of range. That patrol is also here. So we deal with these cleaner. Actually, there's more than enough firepower. I'm actually surprised that although, so I've like decent firearms, and then the weapons are also like not per se set up for survivability, and then also everything's kind of rolled the way I would roll it. As you know, what? I was gonna say. I guess I put this on them and forgot to re-roll it or something. Maybe it was out of wait. Because that should be an enemy armor damage. But everything else is kind of re-rolled the way you would run it on a damage build and not the. Yeah, what the fuck? Why is this? We'll go and fix that in a bit. think actually I remember swapping out that chest. I guess I forgot to reconfigure it. Oh, Minion is
You are now entering a contaminated area.
pretty good. Minion is actually one of the few people I have some respect for. Mostly because they don't clickbait, they research their stuff well, at least for what they're doing. Right, like they don't do build videos and stuff, but they research their story side. Like I've never watched an NGN video and gone like, I'm not sure about this part. And there are some parts where it's like interpretation. And honestly, NGN does a great job of just going like, hey, like this is my interpretation and these are like the others that like kind of are hanging around. So even gives the, you know, teaches both sides, all sides.
You got a job to do.
I mean, most of the ones have been fine. It's just like literally. But some of the other ones have also been kind of like, what are you doing? Which was like some of the guys that like really don't cover Division at all. They used to in the past and stuff, and like they used to do like cosplay stuff and stuff. There was that one guy. Just kind of weird, but then sure, you know. Friend of a friend, basically. It's like...
Leaving contaminated area.
It felt like Nepo shit, which it likely was. But even that kind of stuff is fine, but just giving...
Attention, supply drops detected.
That
This is the shit you need.
kind of attention to a view butter.
This area is safe.
Like... How did they not ask anybody in the category anything about it? Because if that asked anybody in there, everybody would go like, I'm surprised actually. I haven't seen anything, but I'm surprised actually. Which, like, I'm not also following it too much, but I haven't seen anybody actually kicking up a fuss about it, which kind of with the people remaining is also,
Hey,
yeah.
stupid. Over here.
Any person that was gonna throw a fuss has already thrown that fuss at prototype and skedaddled. But I feel that would have deserved a bigger kind of pushback. Although maybe there was one, I just I'm not hanging around in
Take a look.
Division related stuff much anymore. Why did I do it that way? Check. Nope. Oh yeah. SVDs always come with discipline, don't they? So I would need the first two things to be correct already for this Deadeye one. That's likely why I haven't. Because yeah, I would want this to be deadly destructive, and then we would need deadly and destructive to be there, and then discipline is always the third talent. So. And give it there. Yeah, let's actually. I do want to actually finish up the cleaner eliminated, but let's go to recalibration table for a second. Yeah. I don't think that guy doesn't know what the rest of the category thinks of. I don't think that's lost on them. Oh gosh. Should I actually check more of my gear if I have more weird stuff? What's the bingo roll? 6. I'm just gonna optimize that. Could keep re-rolling, try to get this 6 and then save on this, but it's 1 optimization. Because yeah, that needed to be enemy armor damage. Basically every chest there. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember at some point swapping that chest out, but then I guess I just didn't fix up the actual stats on it. One thing I'm contemplating as well with
it's division gear, so it's especially important.
Division 1 videos, although the thing is I don't also want to do too many.
Transmissions jammed.
I would make
Proximity
it
coverage only.
basically 6 videos total.
System rebooted.
Um,
Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
I don't care about the supply drops. Because with the Division set of videos, one of them is going to be as well. Like I'm going to do 2 co-pieces and a stories, and then the main video. Then I also want to do a video of like why I quit Division 2. Partially to kind of set a lot of people like didn't take the right message away from. Although I kind of get it as well with like in the videos I lay out a lot of issues with RNG and stuff, and that's not per se my issue, you know.
Be advised. All remaining supply drops will expire in 30 seconds.
I was thinking as well to make a, because that was a video I wanted to make like ages ago as well. Was the div1 guide for the div2 player. Thing is though, I wanted to actually make a written guide. I'm gonna make a written guide.
Supply drop timer has expired.
Anymore, but maybe make a video guide and then yeah, just and then especially kind of focus on what's different between the 2 games and kind of explain how to get classified through GEs and like how the gear system kind of is set up. I actually wanted, oh shit, I forgot to pull up on currency. GE currency. Should go fix that, but let's get the
Hold up, found you. Built the barn
This is feels surprisingly fine for damage wise. Although I've had prayers mark, I would prefer that over this. Alright. Wait, what? Here's the fence. Okay, I'm 99.
Here we go.
Additional incoming hostiles detected.
They want to murder me. They can murder me.
Let's get our quota.
That was always a fun thing here as well. You could just because the weekly and stuff had a component of DZ. It was much more common in that game for people to, even if you are mostly a PvE player, you would still
Hostile in proximity.
dabble a little bit in the DZ. But then you would just go in and just do the what you needed to do. Because here I need 50 cleaner kills, so 3 more. And if I get killed in between, who cares? I'll just, like, if this guy kills me in a second, that's just, hey, nice, thank you for the fast travel. But then also that meant, like, people, if someone is in the DZ, it doesn't per se mean that they're only there to be DZers. Quite often they're just doing the same. Let's patrol somewhere. Like 2 more. But then also having an objective that, like, even if I get killed, I can just go back. I'll just go somewhere else in the DZ and just try to get a few more. And then if I get killed again, who cares? I'll keep doing it till till I have my 50. Like that. Might be closer to that one. It's likely if they attacked us, so it would be very dead if they're even remotely set up for PvP. This game also can add PvE builds are not per se PvP builds. Yeah, let's go back to base. So you get a few of those caches. Let's maybe do HVT set, maybe. Oh, do I care? Those. Who's already on leaderboards and stuff. Oh yeah, one of the things I did do actually on my, because this is like the main account, I was like, just to also not have me be in people's list, I removed myself, or like I removed my entire friends list. So I no longer have anybody on there. I'm gonna keep it like that as well. Just in case as well. I saw some people sending me requests, but I'm just gonna keep my friends list empty. Somebody already kind of going all in on trying to get a tough spot, because 285 is insane and not doable without some shenanigans. Where's tier 3 starting? Not that I'm gonna try to get tier 3 or anything, but this was also always an interesting system. This is basically how much GE you've gotten in any hour, but it's not like it doesn't start and stop per hour. It basically like just scans like likely per minute or something, but like goes from like, okay, if this was your hour, what would be your score? If this was your hour, what would be your score? And then like every like minute moving forward. So it's your best hour, basically. That's kind of the way to look at it. But then usually the way people kind of, usually if you do some like legendary Amherst for an hour, you can kind of get like into the 13s easily, 12s easily, definitely. You do like your HVTs and then you do your go into that, then you usually like end up in like 15, 16. But yeah, some people are already doing that. Oh, actually, what is the last person? Kind of want to see how many people have. Okay. Yeah. We'll be curious to see on the weekend. That's what basically anybody that plays during this, because even if you kill unnamed, you're going to get a bunch. Don't even know what gives 1. What would give 1? Or 2? Or 3? Or 4? Because isn't like the lowest like 15 or something? Like, or maybe a normal boss or something? A normal named? Because even like one world named is 150. So even if you kill one of those, you know. But this kind of shows, okay, so although, well, no, so because these are 781 places, but like every person would have won. But let's say there's like 1,200 maybe or something, seeing as there's a bunch of people shared. At least 1,000 people have played in like in the last day. Which honestly, some games would love that. Even if it isn't the highest numbers, it's still more than some. Let's open up all these, and then yeah, let's go do some HVTs.
Hey, anything you're looking for? How's my new favorite customer?
Chicago, Atlanta, San Francisco, and LA. Infection numbers are through the roof. You got martial law.
So one of the things you can even do is like do a named run into doing your HVTs. And if you do it like kind of quick, you already landed like the 6,000-7,000. But that's usually not tier 3. Oh, let's work our way out.
Thanks for taking that on. Agent, I need you to take care of a problem.
Let's run Striker, just to be quicker.
You're coming up on our boys at the breach point. Check in with them for your entry. We need those cleaners exterminated.
Shut up, Benitez. I'm just going somewhere else. Yeah. This place with some JTF hanging around. Just look at these guys.
Approaching marked
Get back to your work. Stop just hanging around. They might not be alive. Actually, I should make a note of what apparel I've equipped on this character. As well. This is the character I'm gonna delete.
Hostile detected nearby.
Well, I'm gonna keep all the gear and stuff, and then just to open up the slot to do a fresh playthrough. But that's likely gonna be after I kind of mess around with Resurgence.
Hostiles incoming.
Just the two of us.
We can make it if we try.
Incoming.
No letting up. I see a man down.
Trying not to miss too much.
Don't get sloppy. I got
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
All incoming hostiles. Yeah, 100 stacks. Well, there's a pretty tanky striker. It isn't a high damage one.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
Although even a low damage striker like this is
Hostile detected.
pretty high in damage.
multiple frags out. Heads down. You are 153. I see a man down.
As long as you kind of get high up in stacks. But there's a 9k stamina striker, as they're known. Pretty much feel this is like the tech tank of this game. Because there's no Crusader shield, but then you just face tank instead.
Now entering a safe
I feel
area.
like taking on a tough one? I'm just glad to know someone's taking care of this.
38. Interesting name. Now I want to count them. The door is over there.
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
I didn't think there was any kindness left in the world.
Product placement for some monster. I'm surprised actually that I still held up with
Approaching marked location.
few weeks, as you know, well, quite a while ago at this point.
Warning.
2
Hostiles
months
detected
almost.
nearby.
I kinda decided to. I was drinking way too much energy drinks and stuff. I was kind of good for a year or two. Before that as well, I was like way too much into energy drinks. But I was kind of getting bad with it again. And also just extra other caffeine. Just cola and stuff.
Additional hostiles inbound.
So I actually just now no coffee, no cola, and especially no energy drinks. I think I've had like one cola in between, which was just with like a
Additional
meal,
hostiles incoming.
like at work.
Show me you got this.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
It's kind of the, I think like since my 20s, like the first month that I haven't like had caffeine at all in a month.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Because even before energy drinks and stuff, like even
Heavily armored.
there's been times where I've like cut down on energy drinks, but I would still drink coffee and stuff. And I definitely had some headaches for a few days. I always find it funny how as well ran into a few people defending kind of coffee. It's funny, like people kind of go defensive when I was talking about it. That I didn't even mean it like that, like even here. Had some colleagues going like, "Oh yeah, no, I drink this a little bit. I'm not addicted." And so I was just like, I didn't say anything about that. Also, you are. You all are. But just
nice work.
Just admit it, at least, man.
Good luck and good riddance to that one.
Because it was also a good reminder of like, oh yeah, there is actually like, even beyond just habitual addiction, there is actually a bodily addiction to it. To caffeine. Because I definitely, like, I'm somebody that doesn't have headaches, like, much. I only really get headaches if I'm, like, overheated for several hours or something. And that's not even, like, with this heat, but I need to, like, really be working in heat. And then, like, not getting rest, and then I'll get headaches. That's really the only headaches I get. But then, like, quitting caffeine, I definitely had some headache.
Approaching marked location. Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Oops, all turrets. These waves suck.
Warning.
Well, mostly they're annoying if they're all elites.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
I need to watch out here for is there's a yellow part on the map. If I exit that, that's the map mission boundary. So if I like leave the mission boundary for too long, it just fails.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
Them on there. Show no mercy. Watch out.
Warning. Additional
Oh, there you go, and
hostiles detected.
100 weak point hits the weekly.
They're killing us. I'm glad you're on our side.
Make sure you get them all.
We were doing just fine. They're laying down the
Bum rushing me with his
Warning.
explosive pack about to explode.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Hello, heavily armed. Oh, it's all heavies. I always love that global event that is the one that does shock to enemies,
Has been eliminated.
especially with these cleaner heavies that turn into cows with which is their yelling of being shocked.
We were doing just fine out
Let's keep going through this pack. I don't want to see actually. I don't even remember how long it takes to like do a full. Although it's definitely faster in group
Nice
as well.
the power plant.
Keep doing that hero thing, you hear me?
I want to see how long it takes me solo here.
Did you really have to bring roads back?
as any group. It doesn't spawn actually that many more enemy, and the scaling isn't too extreme. But in group, like most of these places have like 2 spawns, so what usually happens, like for instance this one has 2 spawns. Usually kind of 2 people go towards one spawn point, the 2 go to the other, and just
Not here.
make everything melt.
We got company.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Dropped one of ours. No letting up. It's over. Give it up. Where the hell? Over there. Get sloppy.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
Oops, all engineers. Anyway.
No backup. Deploying turret.
Maybe don't.
Deploying the turret.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Keep shooting.
As long as there's one engineer alive, the turrets all stay alive. It's like definitely a thing that changed for the better in 2. Because in 2, every engineer that you kill, his turret basically despawns eventually. But here, if like 5 engineers put down their turrets and kill 4 of them, as long as that like 5th one is up, all 5 turrets are still up.
Reloading.
Okay.
Keep it tight.
A little painful sometimes. Another engineer wave.
Additional hostiles inbound.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Hey. Guys, could you come out?
Man down.
Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Tango's out of cover.
Any more engineers?
Has been eliminated.
No, I just missed.
Hot damn it.
On to the next.
We got a serious threat I need to tell you about.
Yeah, so halfway there.
Heard some bad things about this one, but you should be
Now we
able
have
to handle it.
the risk ones. It just means if we die on these, we have to repay the price to get the bounty again. With the other ones, if you die, you've still unlocked it, so you just go back there and try again. Or well, restart it then. Go again. It's not like we're gonna die, right? Watch me die, Sully.
This city's going to hell.
You first.
It's over with.
It's fine that you lose all your stacks out of combat.
Approaching marked location.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Warning. Hostiles
Marked
detected
location.
nearby.
Christ, I'm tired.
Shit, we got company.
Weapons free!
Let me solve that.
Eyes on target!
These guys complaining that they're tired. Let's put them to sleep. Forever.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming. Hostiles incoming.
Keep it tight!
Explosion from the global and staggering them was kind of nice. Keeps them kind of CC'd.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Focus fire! I got a clear shot! Just like training.
Especially killing whatever enemies kind of is in the middle of everybody else.
Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Have the explosion hit everybody.
Stevens is down! Just give me a minute.
I'll give you a minute. Let's go back here. Let's actually get cleaned up as well, and then do the last stream. We'll need some. Oh, with cheaters. I mean, they're just cycling the bolts really fast.
Feast your eyes on Manhattan's best selection.
Because you have just bolt action, but then you also have Usain Bolt action. Theirs is Usain Bolt action. Has that become a more widespread issue? Nah, that's not gonna. Just kind of looking at that thing, going like, can I think of a place for this? But nah, let's not keep junk. We just cleaned out our stash. Let's not junk it up right away. Let's see as well if I can reach 1 billion at some point. $1 billion credits.
Some ugly rumors about this one, so watch your back.
Hey there, New York.
Just
You doing good? Wow. Thank you. More trouble! Whoa! Watch what you're doing!
Here, have some whatevers, and then here, have a shot to the face.
Approaching marked location.
I was kind of weird that, like,
Warning.
in this game, they don't let you. Oh well, in either game, like, they don't let you shoot civilians, which. Especially because of just, like, wildlands and stuff, which does. And also, like, you could just have that
Hostiles
be
incoming.
penalized a little bit. Especially in this game, it's a little easier to accidentally shoot some civvies. Always just felt like a weird conceit to not have.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
Not have shootable NPCs.
Here we go!
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
Want no part of those cleaners.
Changing target!
Over there yet. It's always annoying when they spawn all the way over there. They're so far away that like, they don't even aggro to the player. And then effed up in the middle of a bounty.
Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Hello, hostile with heavy arms. Let me lighten your load.
High-value target has been eliminated.
Setting up the gun. Cover me.
Didn't want ADS. And we're already quite a ways back up in the global event currency. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You are now entering a safe area.
Hey, Agent. Let's have a chat.
How is my new favorite customer?
I should wait. What am I doing? Clean up.
When you're ready to buy, I'll be here.
Force of habits only there. Yeah, let's do Predator and Lieutenant Deeb. Lieutenant Dweeb.
Just who I was looking for.
Where did it go? It's always annoying when you miss that moment to press the F button. Then it's always like, where did it go? You know, I'm gonna jinx it by saying this. Unlikely that last one is gonna go there, but none of these went to that like
The safe area.
underground area all the way, like in the southeast, southwest.
Maybe I got some, maybe I don't.
Very nice of you.
Is it done? Well, happy to hear.
Been waiting for my time to come.
Was it with the cleaners? Planning on where to assault next? About to go have a work meeting with these guys.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
There. I turned them into meat.
What are you waiting for?
Dead meat. That's what a meeting is, right? It's where you turn people into meat.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Focus your fire. Tight.
I feel like I'm being way too aggressive and just getting away with it.
Warning. Incoming hostiles.
Well, that's also kind of the thing in the one they gave up on balance with classifieds quite a bit.
Alert.
I just want to try actually I don't know what I might do, because I was gonna make like a striker setup or something, but a ninja bike striker predator or something.
Keep it tight.
I might just make a build out of high ends or something.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected. High value target has been eliminated.
We got a man down.
It's one named. Just to kind of balance myself, basically. Just take ourselves down a peg. Because I don't want to deal with having that slot and everything. And then...
I got something you might be interested in.
honestly would turn basically into
Things about this one.
damage-wise effectively into like some of the tanky builds, what they have in damage, but then without the tankiness, which isn't the hey, yeah, then none of them went into that annoying area where you have to run for a minute and a half.
Approaching marked location.
Didn't even jinx it.
Open
Warning. Hostile.
Although thing is also as long as I have my signature skill up, which effectively is the middle skill. As long as that's off cooldown, it's
Alert. Additional hostiles.
unbreakable, basically. If I run out of health, it just pops and gives me full health. And some tankiness for a few seconds.
Alert. Additional hostiles. Inbound.
So that's basically my revive hive. As long as I have that, I'm gonna be extra aggressive and then
Clear out the damn line. Focus fire.
Hostiles incoming.
really watch out. I can't go all the way out of the alleyway there.
firing. Focus fire. Contact. Contact.
Hostiles incoming.
Just like training.
These guys just jump down and get killed in training too.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
All the explosions. Got like 5 and a bit thousand out of that. In like 30 minutes. Let's see, we can go under there. Well, I'm sure some people will be overjoyed.
Hey, gotta see it too. So, what looks good to you?
I'm fine though. I'm let's say, not the biggest fan. Surprising, I know.
Your attention, please. The interfaith discussion group will be held on Sundays at 1500 hours.
But yeah, I guess all the universes beyond. Yeah, getting close to 900 million there. Then we need 100 million more, and then yeah, we're a billionaire. Is it like extra expensive? Oh, it's a commander deck. Okay, I thought it's like a set or something.
Feast your eyes on Manhattan's best selection.
Maybe eventually parts will be available for in separate.
Nice doing business with you.
Oh, and then, yeah, let's actually run out there because I don't want to make it too late. I need to kind of get up in 5.5 hours and go to work for like 3 hours, and then I can crawl back into bed. Let me have a quick peek on who's maybe in the category. We have somebody to raid on the Twitch end, maybe. Having a peek around, just let's see a bunch of DZ players around, but honestly, I don't know. I just want to raid a PvE player. Oh, let's actually. Let me quick peek at this person and then. Oh, they're just trying to parse what their about was, but oh yeah, let's raid the Awapa. I'm guessing. Oh, let me have a quick peek here as catch one last time here. Oh yeah, tomorrow I'll stitch together the video we recorded as well, and I'll go up, and then this weekend definitely wanna, towards the weekend, I wanna start recording PlanetSide stuff, and then I wanna be almost like a week and a half for just all the PlanetSide stuff. Oh, that's kind of the plan, to be kind of quicker with it and just kind of get into a rhythm and go quick and go through game to game. There's also even a bunch of games I could cover without even, like, per se streaming in them too much, you know, stuff like even like Warframe and stuff. Or even games that I like kind of know really well already. So that's going to be kind of the plan. Tomorrow as well, no, we'll see exactly how I do it. But yeah, I'm going to start Resurgence. I'll likely will do some photoing maybe and then go into Resurgence, or it depends on what time I start, but I haven't played that ever yet. I've seen a little bit of it, but also not much. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, thanks for being around. And thanks everybody We're gonna go read somebody who seems to be on their first playthrough, and from their about, it looks like they play just a bunch of different games. Yeah, I'll be back around tomorrow. If we'll see kind of how it goes. Depends also how how long it takes me to kind of stitch that video together and stuff. But I might even jump on in the afternoon. But I'm not sure. But yeah, that's no promises. But definitely I'll be around in the evening. Thank you all for joining me. Hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night.